4:30 in the morning now. That's even worse, Dennis, sorry to say. Or for people who weren't listening on local radio throughout Australia, the England-India game, as it turned out because of the weather, had no chance of getting started, did it? There was never even a hint of a chance that was going to get on the field.
No, it just didn't look like it was going to stop raining at all. I mean, I said it was going to be a complete full-day washout. I just genuinely didn't think it would stop raining. I haven't seen rain like it in Australia ever before, and it was that wet rain. You know what I mean?
It was a wet rain.
Yeah, you know that...
I suppose you're lucky I can't see you because the mic is working. Is that... Why don't I try this other mic, or shall I give this one more shot? Wet rain.
Yeah, the wet rain.
Do tell.
Okay, so there's different types of rain.
I'm assuming they're all wet though. That's my experience.
Yeah, but sometimes you can like go for a walk outside and not get that wet. And then today it was like really dense, really heavy, just really wet. Wet rain.
The only comparison I can give it from recent times is the BBL final here between the Sydney Sixers and the Melbourne Stars. It rained a lot heavier than it did today on that day. And we all got to the ground at 4:30 in the afternoon or thereabouts, wondering what the heck we're doing here. Like, why would they make anyone come out here who pre-purchased a ticket and it had been a sellout and all the money had been pledged from the ticket sales to go to the bushfire appeal? I still can't believe, looking back a month later, that they managed to get 12 v 12 overs and complete the final.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on the TV thinking there's no chance they're going to play, and then look 3 or 4 hours later and the Stars have lost.
Were you listening to us on BBC 5 Live for that night?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I was in the States somewhere, obviously listening.
Absolutely. So this ground can clear. That's the good news. The ground staff can clear things up here ridiculously quickly.
I've got some news for you down here as well.
What do you got, Spearsy?
So next inspection is at 6:50, but it is starting to rain again here, so that's not a good sign.
This also reminds me of the BBL. We were told there's going to be a toss at whatever time it was, and just as the umpires were coming out, it rained, and now the Hessian cover is going on the pitch again. As Brittany Carter mentioned, it just started to rain. I could see an umbrella out in the field, and some of the people who had made their way into those seats that Brittany described closer to the fence starting to move slowly back under cover. It's not pouring by any means, but...
It's not pouring by any means, but the way the ground staff all just stopped doing what they were doing and now they're all putting the covers back on suggests they're expecting a shower.
It's only the first cover, though. There's no immediate race to the tractor with the main tarp-type covers. That may come next. It must be very difficult as a player, especially in the short-form game, Alex, where you're thinking probably 2 hours ago, even though the Australians are desperate for this game, or the same fate that England was met earlier today would face them. A washout means they're gone as the host nation. They finished second in their group. South Africa won its group. So they'd be desperate to play, but even at the eternal optimist cricketer would have been thinking, we're stuffed here.
Do you know what? It's really hard to switch on a day like today because you want to play. Obviously, it's a World Cup semi-final. You want to be, you want to get out there. You want to play. You want to get your team through to the final. But equally, when it's raining all day, you just end up playing dressing room cricket. End up trying to throw balls into a hoop and trying to entertain yourself. Just
balls into a hoop.
I was just trying. We normally used to play a game where you get a cricket ball and you try to throw it into a foam roller, and that passes hours. Because you get your phone taken off you. Can't do anything.
So unlike teams of a different era, not card players?
No, we're not card. We used to, 2017 World Cup, we were the old football, what they call trading cards.
Yep.
So we did those.
And bowler, knowing that you've got a very limited participation of a 4 over maximum for the game. So I'd imagine whether you're a spinner or a pace bowler, that your lead up to the actual game is minute by minute. The approach is, I'm mentally and physically ready right at that time we take the field. So to be up and down and we'll play, we won't play, no matter how professional you tell yourself you're going to be, it must be very difficult to be focused when you need to be focused.
Yeah, it is. I think what happens is you turn up on a day like today, you do your prep as you normally would, but you would probably have to do it indoors. And then if you get the luxury of going outdoors just before the toss or before to do some warm-up, then you get outdoors and you bowl again outside. It's just going to be it's just very frustrating as a player when you turn up to a game like today and you just don't know what's going to happen because it's not raining at the minute, but it looks very grey. So there's always that, do we, don't we, can we, can't we?
And as an elite athlete, you're used to controlling the good and the bad. If you're playing well, you're expecting results, and your processes and your preparation for that. This is something you can't control in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a player because you go from an environment where you basically control everything to you can't control anything.
So this game is due to start in 19 minutes. That won't happen. Another inspection in 9 minutes. Still only the first session covering over the pitch, although those clouds coming from the southwest, I should say, looking a little bit darker. Let's hope they brush on by the ground rather quickly. If it's a reduced game, which it will be no matter what, and all of a sudden you're looking at 12 overs each, 10 overs each, which is the minimum required, and instead of bowling 4 overs, you've got to bowl 2 overs, and it becomes slather and whack. Can you actually prepare a plan to face that? No doubt 60 balls is flogging.
Yeah, as a bowler, if I'm going into a game that's producing overs, you would go away from your stop ball pretty much straight away. So I would then go, right, I'm going to bowl wide Yorkers, I'm going to bowl Yorkers at the feet. And
4 overs, you've got to bowl 2 overs, and it becomes slather and whack. Can you actually prepare a plan to face that? No.
yeah, Australia will obviously be itching to get out there. South Africa wouldn't surprise me.
She only had her first WBBL century in the last season a couple of months ago. She has a strike rate in this form of the game of over 117. It's 103rd T20 international. She's had a bit of a mixed time, 5 against India, 41 not out against Sri Lanka, and 21 against New Zealand. And she didn't play against Bangladesh, or did not bat against Bangladesh. I don't have that down in any rate. But yeah, a bit of a mixture for Meg Lanning, but she'll be a throw. I tell you, someone who's she only had her first WBBL century in the last season a couple of months ago. She has a strike rate in this form of the game of over 117. It's 100. Yet she's come down in the middle order late in innings and blasted. I mean, she was the reason they beat Sri Lanka with an innings of 60. She's had some lusty hitting late in innings, and that's been a huge bonus for Australia. If not for those innings, they might not be here tonight.
Rachel Haynes has this incredible knack of doing that at international cricket all the time. When we played the Ashes over here in 2017, she did exactly the same then. You know, she's a phenomenal player, and I think she just brings so much experience to the Australian team. She's played for years and years, and that is exactly what you need when you're coming into pressure situations, when, as we saw, when your team's 10 for 3.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of anyone better to come in.
I don't think there's anyone in the world game, if you're in that situation, that you'd choose over her, with the experience, the calm head, the ability to keep rotating the strike and then change gears at the end of an innings. She is the most valuable. I look at her as the most valuable player in the Australian lineup because she has the adaptability to do any situation, and she's been outstanding in this competition.
Well, we're going to pause in a couple of minutes and welcome in listeners from other states who haven't been with us from the start. But from each team, Alex, who's the most dangerous bowling weapon for Australia or South Africa tonight?
Oh, you put me on the spot here. I think dangerous bowling for Australia.
See, Jess Jonathan, to me, has been almost a replica of Eccleston from England.
Yep.
Rocketed to number 1. I think Jess has taken 7 wickets, one less than 6 wickets at 15.3. But she can keep it tight. She can get the breakthroughs. To me, even though this wicket looks pretty good, she might be the main threat. I'm
going to go the other left arm spinner. I've had a mind blank. Just
Sophie Molyneux.
Purely for the fact nobody's faced her yet. She hasn't played a game, and that could make her very, very dangerous.
What about the South African bowlers?
Shabnim Ismail for me. She's X Factor. She is a big game player. Loves the spotlight. Loves the opportunity to play in those big matches. And she's the quickest bowler in this tournament. Australia don't have Taylor Vlemick. We know that. They will have experience of facing high speed, high quality bowling. Australia, but I just think on her day she's unplayable. And if that day is this evening, then we could be in for some fireworks.
So the news is that Australia will bat first. They've been sent in by the South African captain, Dane van Niekerk. The grounds crew here have done a truly spectacular job. And I promise you, this is a much maligned grounds crew here at the SCG. But the last couple of times they've been tested here for the BBL final and now these T20 World Cup semi-finals, they have shone. They've done a great job, and the wicket looks absolutely magnificent. Coming up next, play is finally only 6 minutes away.
Conversations on the ABC Listen app lets you spend an hour in the life
of someone else. People who've seen something and lived to tell the tale.
Oh my gosh. From the outer limits space
to the living room
to the very edge of life and death.
We have so many conversations with some of the world's most interesting and intriguing people.
Look for Conversations on the ABC Listen app. Download it today.
Shot. Struck it nicely. Stand and deliver and smack it for 6.
The Women's T20 World Cup on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
And a very good evening to listeners in Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Joining us for the first time, there is good news. The cricket is only around the corner. We are about 5 minutes from seeing action in the T20 Women's World Cup semi-final between Australia and South Africa. The earlier game scheduled for this afternoon between England and India was a total washout. It never looked like stopping raining during that period of time, and the game was abandoned without a ball being bowled, meaning England is eliminated and India is through to a World T20 final for the very first time, and that will be at 6 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday night at the MCG. We all thought this game, Australia-South Africa, was going to be a washout, but magically it stopped raining about an hour ago. The grounds crew have done a phenomenal job, and they've had the toss. South Africa has won the toss and sent Australia into bat. Massive blow for South Africa with star all-rounder Marizanne Kapp unavailable due to injury. She's out. Nadine de Klerk coming in to replace her. For Australia, Elise Perry is out of the tournament with a hamstring tear, and replacing her is Sophie Molyneux. Delissa Kimmins comes into the side, a veteran of Australian cricket, to replace the teenager Annabelle Sutherland. So Australia will bat first. The umpires are just about to cross the boundary. The South African team is coming out in front of the members' pavilion. I'm Andrew Moore. This is Alex Hartley. Alex, it's hard to believe we're about to actually see a 20-over-a-side, full-on semi-final.
I mean, I've just texted one of the England girls saying, I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing. It looks like, well, from up here earlier, there was puddles everywhere. It looks like a completely different day. I know I said it before, but the ground looks dry. It looks a little bit gloomy overhead, but I can see a bit of blue sky over there on the right-hand side.
Well, you really got to want it, but there is a patch. There is a tiny little patch.
I can't believe it. It's going to be an unbelievable game, and, you know, a fantastic opportunity for Australia to put things right and get themselves into this World Cup final.
The only downside is because of the very inclement weather around today, it's kept the crowd down. It should have been anywhere around 15,000, 20,000 for the Australian game tonight. They'd be lucky to be a couple of thousand here. The South African team is coming out, and I think I saw a message because of the time delay. There's no anthems before this game tonight. South Africa will be in the field. They're in a huddle. They had a very long huddle before getting into the teeth of their warm-up. The pyrotechnics are away. The smoke and the cloud are all becoming one down at that far end, the Randwick end of the SCG. Beth Mooney and Elisa Healy, they're out just beyond the barrier to get onto the field of play. And the umpires are walking out there. Alex, we're about to get underway for World Cup cricket. Thank goodness we've got at least one game.
Yeah, you know, thank goodness we have got a game, because otherwise it's...
You almost said that like you meant it.
Yeah. Otherwise it's a very, very frustrating day for all, and especially the ICC who've put so much work into this World Cup. You know, the thing for the last 10 years has been, let's get everybody at the MCG for Australia 2020, and, you know, unfortunately we've not got a massive fan base here today, but that's the weather's fault, isn't it?
It is. Blame the weather. The umpires are coming out now, and the players will soon follow. I might just get you move a little bit to the right, Alex, so we can see the scoreboard, which is hard up on our left side here at the SCG. Kim Cotton and the Tin Menon are the umpires. Langton Rozier is the third umpire. Chris Broad, the former English opening batsman. He's got a lot of runs here in a bicentenary test against Australia. And he is the match referee. Here comes South Africa, led out by their captain, Dane van der Kerk. So bearing in mind the overhead conditions, Meg Lanning in the toss, Alex saying the pitch looks really, really good. What is Australia looking at here in this 20 overs?
I think what they've got to do first, because it's been under covers all day for the past 2 days probably, because it rained all day yesterday as well, they've got to come out and they've got to just see how the wicket's going to play, because it looks like an absolute belter from all the way up here, and we're so far away you can't see if there's any cracks in it. I doubt there are, but the Australian batters have got to just see the first couple of balls out, especially against Ishmael, in case she gets a bit of nip.
Well, Ishmael will open the bowling from the Paddington end of the SCG. She's marking out a runner with an exaggerated couple of steps. So when it's a bit slippery, who does it least favour, the seam bowlers or the spinners in terms of grip?
It just depends where the wet patches are, and it depends how long you run up here. I think if the wet patches were nearer the crease, they wouldn't be out there, so it's not being covered. The crease is obviously dry. Ishmael's just got to be careful in her long run-up. But the covers are huge, aren't they? And especially on grounds like this, the covers basically cover most of the ground. So I think the run-ups will be just fine. It's that extra cover mid-wicket area that they need to be wary of.
Shibnam Ismail will open the bowling to Elisa Healy. The Australian team in likely batting order. Healy and Beth Mooney to open up. Meg Lanning, the captain, at 3. Ash Gardner at 4. Now, what we know with the Australian team, if they lose an early wicket in the power play, Gardner will come in at number 3. Then it can all be a bit flexible beyond that. There's Jess Jonathan listed here at number 5. Rachel Haynes listed at 6. There's Nolise Perry, Nicola Carey, Sophie Molyneux, who opens the batting for the Melbourne Renegades in the WBBL. Georgia Wareham, Delissa Kimmins, and Megan Shute. The South African team in likely batting order, Lizelle Lee and Dane van der Kerk at 3, Sune Luce, and Mignon de Pries at 4, then Laura Wolfart at 5, Chloe Tryon, the hard-hitting all-rounder, at 6. At 7, the new player in for Maryzanne Cat, Nadine de Klerk. At 8, the keeper, Trisha Chetty, then Shabnam Ishmael, Ayabonga Kaka, and Nonkalululeko Malaba, who's done a very good job too, the youngster with the left arm finger spin. All right, we're about to get underway. Shabnam Ishmael will bowl to Elisa Healy. There is a slip. There's 3 on the offside, very close together square, and Healy drives and misses first ball. Through it went to Chetty, and arms are being raised in the field. That's how this one starts, with a beauty from Shabnam Ishmael.
What a start that is from Ishmael. Oh, I tell you what, I said the Australians need to be careful and see how this pitch is going to play. Healy's just throwing her hands through that one.
Have you ever seen Elisa Healy? Be careful.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Not her nom de plume. So a great start by Ishmael. Elisa Healy survives it, however, and she's down over a bat. I can't believe we've got cricket and the clouds are just breaking up a tiny bit. Ishmael to Healy. Struck on the pad, that's close. Shout for LBW, not out. Now, do you go? You've only got one challenge. Do you go? From the second ball, I think Ishmael's saying maybe it was going down leg and they're not going to challenge.
Yeah, from here it looked a little bit high going down leg. Ishmael shook her head straight away. She knew, don't waste it, there's no point.
So, none for none after 2 deliveries. Elisa Healy beaten with both of them, one outside the off stump and one rocketing into her pads. Ishmael can bowl in the 120s across seam and, yep, going down leg. Struck on the knee roll. Good decision not to challenge. Here's Ishmael again. Stacked offside field. Healy clubs it away to mid-wicket. When I say clubs it, didn't time it all that well. And Deleuze picks up no run. 3 dot balls to start this one here at the SCG.
Tell you what, we can almost see the sunset behind us.
Get out of town. Where are we?
This is not Sydney, is it?
Good morning, England. Sorry to say your game was washed out against India. Not a ball was bowled. It looked like, honestly, I'm a Sydney sider, Alex. I thought it was going to rain till I don't know, next Monday.
It looked like it.
Here we are playing. Ishmael bowls to Elisa Healy. Short outside the off stump. She clubs it over the top of extra cover. Few bounces away for 4 in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. That's how Australia opens its account. And that's what draws the first smile of the night for Elisa Healy. None for 4.
It wasn't the best of deliveries from Ishmael. It was short, it was outside off. Ishmael has all the offside up. It was just a free shot for her in the end, and she's so strong over the covers. Ishmael knows that. I think she's just got a line and length wrong there.
So this field, there is a slip. There's a backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep third as Healy pushes and runs away towards mid-wicket. And coming in to do the fielding is Wolfart, and they do get the run. Nice running. Healy 5. Australia 5 without loss. 1 ball to come in the opening over.
Oh, we can see this now, the LBW. It did look like it was going down leg.
Yeah, strikes are in line with middle and leg, and the replay says missing. So a good decision not to challenge. So now it's going to be Ishmael shifting to around the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney, who's taking guard. The slip's out. There's a short third. And again, there's 5 inside the circle on the offside. So there's a short third, backward point, cover point. The mid-off's really now moved to almost an extra cover. There's a mid-on, Chloe Tryon in front of us, a mid-wicket and a deep fine leg, if not deep backward square. Sure. And there's also a deep backward square as well, yeah. I've lost her in the seats.
Maybe she's going to go short, maybe it's a double bluff.
Last ball of the over, Ishmael into Mooney, and it is angled towards leg side, and it's easily tucked off a hip in true Beth Mooney fashion. Down towards Kaka at fine leg, and they get a run. So Australia, the first over, takes 6 runs off Shabnam Ishmael. No wickets for 6. Elisa Healy 5, and Beth Mooney 1 off the mark with the first ball she's faced.
It seems like a pretty even start so far, doesn't it? I know there's only been 1 over gone, but Ishmael got a bit of movement off the pitch with her first ball and a very average shot from Healy. Then Healy gets her away, and yeah, I'm happy with the start.
That's good. None for 6. Australia sent into bat by Dane van der Kerk. And who are we going to open the bowling with down at the far end? Looks like Kaka might be opening the bowling. We've seen Malava open the bowling, the left arm spinner.
Yep.
And
so I thought we'd see the left arm spinner here.
yeah,
However, all South Africa playing tactically, is that right? Is that the right word?
yeah.
If
You've
there's a
nailed
bit of rain in the air and they're going to go seam first up to try and slow the run rate down, try and slow it down, might not get their 10 overs in before it rains again.
Ayabonga Kaka, the 27-year-old, in her 29th T20. 27 wickets in a career, a best of 4 for 23. And she started with a bang, 3 for 25 against England, none for 17 against Thailand, none for 33 against Pakistan, which equals 3 wickets of 25. But she was very effective against England in that opening game in Perth. Kaka. Bowling to the left-handed Beth Mooney, well flighted or well pitched up, and the cover drive beats the infield. It's a very slow outfield, and they have one. They'll come back for a second run. The return on its way, and they do get 2. So Mooney moves to 3, and Australia 8 without loss to start the second over.
It really did slow up that, didn't it? I think we can expect that throughout this first innings.
That's where the umpires are really looking
Yeah.
on that side.
It's important for South Africa here to keep the ball up as well. We saw Ishmael throw the ball in on the full there, try and bounce it on the wicket to try and keep the ball dry.
So there's a deep serve, but there's a short fine leg. Now the umpire is calling over the South African captain, Dan Ivanica. They're having a bit of a chit-chat. Now all seems resolved. So yes, the field for Kaka bowling to Mooney. Short fine leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket in the circle, mid-on in the circle, and on the offside, deep third, very, very square. Backward point, cover point, mid-on. Kaka bowls to Mooney, short outside the off stump, waits the call as she guides it towards point. And there's no runners. Lizelle Lees does the fielding, score remains no wicket for 8.
Has anyone got towels? Oh, they've all got towels. I was looking at that. I thought
they're multicoloured towels too.
South Africans have come out without towels, no, but they have. It's important for them to keep the ball dry, or equally get it as wet as possible and swap it.
Tactics everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
Meanwhile, Kaka over the wicket. Into Mooney, wide of off stump. She can't pierce the infield, however. Good save, and the score remains 8 without loss. So that looked a very wide delivery from Kaka, and she walks away shaking her head, but in the end had a good result. Dot ball.
She did get away with it. It was wide line. It was with your offside up, you do not want to be bowling there.
So 4 up inside the circle on the offside, 3 inside the circle on the leg side, and this outside the off stump. Mooney plays an exaggerated drive and misses, beats the outside edge through to Chetty the keeper. No wicket for 8. 4 balls into the second over.
We've seen a couple of those already, haven't we?
That really cut away off the deck too, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did.
She missed it by some way, Beth Mooney. Chetty, who's been very good behind the stumps. Gosh, we've seen some good keeping in this World Cup tournament. If some of the outfielding and catching has been questionable, you can't say that of the keepers. Kaka bowls to Mooney, pushes it away into the cover, sets off immediately for the run, and they get the run. Well run, and now there's a misfield. But the problem is Beth Mooney had backed up almost to Randwick Racecourse. She was nearly going down the straight, so she couldn't get back in time, and now a little wry grin on her face. She's 4, 9 without loss, 1 ball left in the second over.
I always like a little bit of a misfield at cricket games because the panic that comes around with everyone. Everyone goes, oh, get the ball quick. The batters don't know whether to run.
Well, Dana Ivanica was backing up and missed it cold.
Oh, she can't shout at herself, can she? So.
No, there's no self-teeth on it. What about the misunderstanding between her and Mary-Anne Cap? Was it or was it Ishmael at the Sydney Showgrounds on Sunday? The catch that fell between them.
Oh, yeah, that was bad. That was the second worst thing I've seen this tournament. The worst being the Sri Lankan review.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't good. Last ball of the second over. Lisa Healy on 5. Australia no wicket for 9. She waits. Kaka pulls, misses, taken beautifully by Chetty, diving down the leg side. Plenty of movement off the deck again there for Kaka, who only concedes 3 runs from her first over. We're 2 overs into this semi-final, and Australia, having been sent to bat, no wicket for 9. Elisa Healy is 5, Beth Mooney is 4.
It looks like the seamers are getting a little bit of movement off the wicket. I mean, as a seamer, I don't know how it works. Does the ball nip a bit more when it's been under the covers? I mean, as a spinner,
Can often get a bit sweaty.
Yeah, as a spinner, I quite like bowling when the wicket's been under cover because some skid on, some grip, so it's always quite nice.
And ideally, you have a bit of both.
That would be ideal for South Africa in this situation.
So now it'll be Ismail to bowl her second over. No wicket for 9. 2 overs gone. Hope you're enjoying the action. Alex Hartley and Andrew Moore with you as Ismail bowls to the left-handed Mooney, who defends and just can't get it past the bowler. So stays in a crease, and the score remains no wicket for 9.
She was her first ball to Mooney, she was around the wicket, and to start this over, she's come back over the wicket. So don't know whether she's just going to bowl, well, the field she's got suggests she's going to bowl short, but that was full. So don't know whether she's going to try and bowl at her and not give her her arms to swing through the offside.
Well, she, at least with a deep fine leg and a deep back of square, she's taken away the angle just to tuck it off her hip for Beth Mooney. Ismail over the wicket, bowls short. Mooney pulls it wide of mid-on, and the ball's going to, probably not racing away, but it is going to roll away for 4 past Chloe Tryon. So a boundary for Mooney. Australia 13 without loss, and Mooney moves to 8.
Ismail wasn't happy with Tryon there, but I actually think Tryon slipped a little bit. You can see, I don't know whether she tried to field it with her feet, actually. I'm not sure what. No wonder she shouted at her.
Which is interesting, bearing in mind the ball was about 10 metres away from her body.
She'd have been better off putting a dive in, not trying to slide tackle it.
The eternal optimist, 13 without loss. Ismail to Mooney, dances down the track and misses outside the off stump as she tried to glide it away, and through it went to Chetty. What's going through the players' minds? I mean, there's plenty of experience on both sides here, Alex, but a semi-final, and again, will we play, won't we play? And all of a sudden, bang, they're out there in the middle under the bright lights of the SCG with so much at stake. I'm assuming there'd be some anxious moments mentally for all of these players.
But more so South Africa, because they have failed in semi-finals before, and Australia have been successful, very successful in T20 World Cups.
Ismail to Mooney, and she tips it away on the onside. Ismail, very quick, moving to her left, picks it up, threatened to shy at the stumps, but Elisa Healy had set off with the stroke as well, so they make good their ground. Mooney 9, Healy 5, none for 14. It's the old Australia would be saying to themselves, they think they can win this sort of a game when we know we can.
Yeah.
That's the difference at the
moment.
moment.
100%. Australia have won 4 out of 6 of the World Cups. They've been fantastic. I mean, I think that's right. I probably made it up, but I remember seeing it before the tournament.
Now?
Yeah. Why stop making stuff up now? 33% of full tosses.
I was about to go there. That's my favourite Alex Hartley made-up stat over the last 3 weeks. 33% of no balls get wickets.
I haven't made it up for the 15th time.
Well, no, sorry. Whoever told you made it up. Ismail bowls to Healy, slip in place, driven down the ground. Tryon tries to field it with her feet again. Misses it by 5 metres. She was no chance anyway, and it races away that time for 4 through long off. Healy 9 off 7. Australia 18 without loss. 1 ball left in the 3rd over.
I can't work out what Tryon's doing here. If she'd have put a dive in there, she had half a chance of stopping it.
She doesn't look confident on her feet in the wet conditions.
She doesn't. It almost looks like she's trying to finish like, like doing a 100-metre sprint in finish line, dip your chest forward. It's like she's been doing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's her go either. Here's Ismail bowling to Healy with that stacked offside field. It's a bouncer. It's a quick one too. And Healy pulled that and missed, and that came through at over 120k an hour. That was quick. And Elisa Healy down smiling, showing how she bobbed out of the way of it. 3 overs gone. Australia no wicket for 18. Elisa Healy 9 off 8. Beth Mooney 9 off 10. And that was a bit of an angry end of the over, I think, by Ismail.
Yeah, and rightly so from Ismail. She was very inconsistent with that then. I got put off by because I was waving at the camera.
That's something like you.
Yeah, she was a bit inconsistent then. I'd be surprised if she gets a 3rd over here.
Have you ever found a camera that you could walk past?
What, not look at?
Yeah.
Nah.
So it looks like Malata, the left arm 19-year-old. Finger spinners coming on from the Randwick end. And look, you just look at her figures and you can't be impressed. She's taken only 2 wickets in 8 T20 internationals at an average of 74.5. So this is the same bowler we saw bowl 4 overs, 1 for 4 against Thailand, and has done a really good job throughout this World Cup. And what a test for this young lady now. Left arm finger spin, and she's in bowling to Beth Mooney, a master manipulator, and she runs this down to short 3rd. And Chloe Tryon fielding again, running. No, that's not Chloe Tryon. In fact, that was Mignon Dupree who fielded that one, and they end up getting a single. 10 to Mooney, no wicket for 19, and Elisa Healy on strike. Dupree charged to the right, comes back to the left. We've got Kakar at short, fine leg. There's a square leg, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a mid-on inside the circle. That's Tryon. There's a mid-off. Cover is, there's a deep extra cover. Now there's a cover point and a backward point. Big gap between the keeper and backward point. Healy waits for Malaba, comes down the track and carves us away through to deep extra cover, but there's coverage out there and they only get the one as the return comes in from Wolfart, and it's now 20 without loss in the fourth over.
I thought they had 3 out then. I was getting really confused. But can you see that? Just where the Nissan sign is. There's a bucket or something that looks like somebody sat there in a 5-ish. I thought they had 3 people out and I was shouting.
It would have been odd though having 2 fielders right next to each other. Here's Malaba bowling to Mooney. Comes down the track, struck on the pad. Peel through a B. Elisa Healy calls through Mooney. And while Malaba was appealing, the Australian girls were running for a leg bye. None for 21 in the third.
Sneaky, these Australians. I told you, they hit and run.
You hate that, don't you?
Yeah. You know what? Because it just frustrates me as a player, that's all. I mean, they do it very, very well, and I think it's a thing that England have said we could probably run like Australia do between the wickets. I know other teams have said the same,
So the field on the offside, backward point, deep extra cover, mid-off and a security guard. Malaba bowls to Healy, goes straight down the ground, lofts it away past Tryon for 4. Great shot by Lisa Healy. This is looking ominous. Healy 14, Australia 25 without loss in the fourth over.
It's not a security guard. It is one of the South African players in a yellow bib sat on a drinks thing. So no wonder I thought it was another player. Just by the blue bin.
Yeah. Oh, you're right too. It is wearing an orange high-vis. There you going. Here's Malaba into Healy, well flighted. Healy clubs it back past the bowler, past the diving mid-off for 4. At one point you thought it might be a caught and bowled, but the ball rocketed off Elisa Healy's bat. And she's 18 off 11. And the 2 times she's gone past double figures in this tournament, she scored 50 plus, none for 29 in the fourth.
You did say she was due. For me, that's a drop catch. I know she's hit it very, very hard, but it's gone through. Oh, yeah, that's a drop catch.
Very slow to react. Well, you know what? It's not a drop catch because she didn't even get a finger to it in the end.
Can I say that about all mine in the past?
Yes. If you didn't touch it, doesn't count.
Excellent.
Here's Malava. Bowls to Healy. Gives herself room. Cuts it. Did she nick it? It's put down by the keeper, Chetty. And there's a general look of frustration on the South African camp. It was a nice way for Malava to finish an over that cost 11 runs. 4 overs into this semi-final. Australia none for 29 with Elisa Healy on 18, Beth Mooney on 10. Is her reaction indicating she might have got a nick on that?
Yeah, she definitely nicked it. It was a drop catch by the keeper. That you can even tell by Danae van Niekerk, the captain of South Africa. She gets that stern look out when she's not happy. I think her problem here, or she needs to be careful here, is not making her players stare at her and be worried about what the captain's thinking. They just need to go out and play their natural game of cricket. I mean, mistakes happen, but we saw South Africa got a lot of catches in their previous game, so.
And if they're going to do that tonight, they're going to lose. Yeah. There's nothing surer.
You can't drop players like Elisa Healy, Beth Mooney, Meg Lanning, Rachel Haynes. The list goes on, doesn't it?
So a change of ends now for Kaka, replacing Ishmael. And she's coming in the medium pace at a Mooney. Dances down the pitch and hits her best shot of the night. Carves it away through covers for 4. And she moves to 14. Australia up to 33 without loss in the 5th over.
They're looking very comfortable, these two here. The Australians, that you can see they're both having a laugh in the middle. They hit a decent shot. They've given each other a little fist pump and had a little smile at each other. We could see a very large total if these two get going here.
Quite possibly. They're off to a great start. And with them carry so much of Australia's hopes. There's no doubt about that. Kaka to Mooney, and this time she's more circumspect, pushing it away to Dupree. At point, dot ball. Now it gets to 33. Just having a look at our monitor. Malaba's last ball to Healy. Rock back, cut it, big edge. Straight in and out of the gloves.
You can't be dropping that.
Apparently, it's possible. And she's been very good, Chetty. No surprise she dropped her first chance after the rap I gave her earlier. Here's Kaka bowling to Mooney on 14 over the wicket. Mooney down the track, pushes it wide of mid-off. And they go through for an easy run as Wolfart fires at the non-striker's end and misses. Mooney 15. This is what she does so well and how she would infuriate so many in the opposition. She can produce the sterling cover drive, but she can also dib and dab and get ones all over the place. Done for 34.
The drop and run. We always say when Mooney is batting that the run out's on, because she quite often does run people out. So if South Africa can squeeze here, the run out is on, but they're all sat on the ring, so I would suggest they're not looking for that.
So Kaka bowls, well pitched up. Healy goes to mid-wicket out. Dane van der Kerk takes the catch and Kaka strikes for South Africa. 34 for 1. Don't worry, Alex. Your reaction's going on video and you'll be in strife. Elisa Healy is out for 18. Todd van der Kerk bowled Kaka, a vital wicket for South Africa. Elisa Healy, almost a caught and bowled, dropped caught behind, the next 4 caught at mid-wicket.
Yeah, unfortunately she didn't have 9 lives today for her. She'll be really gutted with herself for that because she just looked like she was getting going. She hit some beautiful shots. It was a simple catch in the end. She's just chipped it up to mid-wicket.
So Elisa Healy out for 18 of 13 deliveries. She hit 4 fours in a brief stay. And so Meg Lanning, interestingly, is coming in at number 3. We're still a bit over to go on the power play rather than Ash Gardner.
I think that's because Meg Lanning here is going to be the most consistent. So she's played in World Cup semi-finals before. She's been in pressure situations before. You know, she knows what she's doing. I think Ash Gardner, if she came in this situation, yes, she's played a lot of international cricket. She's played World Cups. She's done it all. But Meg Lanning is a calm, cool head, which Australia might need right now.
So 1 for 34 in the 5th over. Kaka strikes to the excitement of the South African team, followers, and the odd broadcaster.
Well, I forgot we were getting filmed. I was going to be very pro-Australia until you said that. I forgot that camera was up
You
there.
were going to be. Please, don't start lying to me now. You're about as honest a human being as I've ever worked with.
Oh, ouch.
Well, that's a wrap in its way. So Kaka to Meg Lanning, the Australian captain. 2 balls to come in the 5th over. Australia 1 for 34. Lanning is defending. Square on the offside. Can't get a run. As it's picked up by Lizelle Lee. Score remains 1 for 34.
I was just looking to see where Blackwell is. She's meant to be subbing in.
Well, the only thing I can tell you for certain is
Oh,
she's out the back there. See, she's ready.
Hiding. She's
Ready to go. When too much Alex is never enough. Last ball of the over. Kaka bowls to Lanning, a wide down the leg side, and we'll have one more. That's a run to Australia. 35 for 1 in the 5th over. Mooney 15. Lanning yet to score. Sky's looking clearer. Look, there's a couple of patches now, Alex. Beautiful.
Because you never know. It's dark. You can't really see anything. But there's a bit of
Thought those 7:47 at night.
clear sky.
Yeah.
But it looks very dark over there.
Kaka bowls to Lanning, and she glides this down to a vacant deep third man. And I was waiting for a third to be there, but there's not. Ishmael comes around from deep backwards point, and they get a couple of runs. And that puts Meg Lanning off the mark. Australia 1 for 37. 5 overs in. Healy out. Todd van der Kerk bowled Kaka for 18. 1 for 37. Mooney is 15. Meg Lanning is 2. 1 Alex will make way for another. Great to see Alex Blackwell here at the SCG. I've been hooked as well, and Henry Moran coming in.
Don't miss a moment
The Women's T20 World Cup.
on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Get down.
We've got cricket. I can't believe it. Walking around Sydney this morning, Alex, in the rain, I thought there's not a chance. What a job these ground staff have done to manage to get anything on today. England, well, it'll offer them absolutely zero comfort. In fact, I would say the opposite, knowing that Australia have got the opportunity to play their semi-final and England not. But we have cricket, and for those that have stuck the day out and made it into the SCG, well, they're getting rewarded with something.
Well, this is exactly what we saw recently for the Big Bash League final, where it just was zero chance of play, and the staff did an incredible job, got a 12-over game in. So hopefully we get a 20-over game in tonight.
Oh, that would be something. Van der Kerk into the attack, the captain for the first time, bowling to Beth Mooney. This is swept hard and finds the gap for 4. Racing away, Mooney sweeping past the 2 fielders. 45 and backward square leg. It races to the ropes. It's 41 for 1.
Yeah, just getting a line wrong there. Van Niekerk, first ball of this massive semi-final. As skipper, there's a little bit more extra pressure on her without the key player of Marizanne Kark as well. So she'll want to get into the game here.
Striding in past the umpire at the far end. Better line, driven down the ground. That'll be a single. Every run applauded by Australian supporters around the ground. How's that weather looking? That's the question. There is more rain moving from the west.
And
How long
Australia,
it takes is the question.
Australia don't want to consider building their innings too much in a 20-over effort, because it could get reduced at any moment. Rain could come, and then that could be the end of their innings. Obviously, 10 overs they need to face at least to continue this as a full-blown match. But I think they've been reasonably intense so far. This is a pretty good power play for them. 37 off the first 5 overs, 1 wicket down.
Van Niekerk in again, over the wicket to Lanning and goes through, almost plays on. So close. Chetty runs around from behind the stumps to pick up. And Lanning survives.
A bit of a nervy old shot, that one. An inside edge onto the stumps. Oh, onto the pads, nearly onto the stumps.
Van Niekerk to Lanning again, deep in the crease, playing from on top of off stump, out towards cover, where Ishmael runs around to collect.
And you've got that cover fielder. They're quite straight and on the boundary, so the short cover is absent. It's a slightly unusual field for a Meg Lanning, because it's there because she's so good over the offside.
43 for 1 is the score. Van Niekerk to Mooney. Down the track she comes, drives gloriously through the covers. Fabulous shot from Mooney. It hits the ropes now. 4 more runs to Australia. It's 47 for 1 with a ball left of the power play.
How good is Beth Mooney? She is on fire, and she's building in this tournament. She got an 81 off 58 against Bangladesh. She got a 60 off 50 on the last game against New Zealand, and she's just building so nicely. Ever reliable.
Expensive over this from Van Niekerk. 10 from it. Final ball of the over. In now, and Mooney drops it into the offside. Real hesitation from Lizelle Lee, who eventually gets in, but not before a single has been taken. Australia, 48 for 1 after 6 overs. How do you think about how South Africa would be, considering what we've seen today weather-wise? They would have almost thought we've got 1 foot in this final.
Yeah, I think it's an advantage to Australia, knowing that they must get on. They want to play, whereas South Africa, as you say, they might have just thought, hey, we could make ourselves a finalist here just by sitting at the couch. So both teams out there, they are obviously wanting to put on a show. And you know what, fair go to the crowd who've rolled in. They didn't expect any cricket to be played, but there's a decent roll-up of people in the stands, mostly Australian supporters, although the shirt is a reasonably similar colour, isn't it? The gold for South Africa as well.
The shirt you're wearing today, Alex, is very much the colour of South Africa.
I was thinking it's like a mustard gold, isn't it? So I didn't think about that, actually. I wore a green top the opening game, and I thought that was for Australia, but they lost.
I'm just surprised that your allegiance is so clearly away from your former teammates, but I won't tell them.
Well, my intention was to be supporting Australia, but you're right. It's more the mustard gold, which is more South African.
Here comes Nadine de Klerk into the attack for the first time. Elizabeth hails in towards the left-handed Mooney, and Australia do so well. It's that tip and run. As soon as contact is made between bat and ball, they're away, and the single is almost always taken. Score moves 1 closer to the 50 mark. 49 for 1.
This is a good power play. They've just finished the power play 1 for 48, Australia, and from my calculations, that's their second best in the tournament. So they'll be reasonably happy with that.
De Klerk, right arm over, medium pace, outside the off stump, chopped into the ground, but straight to the hands of Lizelle Lee at backward point. She moves to her left to pick up, and it's a valuable dot ball. That weather that is coming in, and it is, there's no question about it. There's more rain moving in. I don't know how quick we're looking at here, because
you don't really know the distances, do you? So we've got out at Blackheath, there's a bit of a band coming through.
De Klerk again, red hair, bowling, beautifully worked away. It's a shot she plays better than anyone else in the world game. It's not going to bring her a boundary though, Meg Lanning, because Kaka runs round from deep cover point to pick up. It brings up the 50 with a couple of runs, but she runs it off the face of the bat towards third man, Meg Lanning, so nicely.
So de Klerk, this is a right arm medium pacer. She's got fielders at deep cover, deep third man, fine leg, and deep border square.
De Klerk, and again, that'll be another single dropped into the offside. Lanning sets off smartly. 52 for 1.
But those shots from Lanning, we've seen 2 already tonight, just using the pace, opening up her face and gliding the ball to a fine third man region. Now that is vacant because to Meg Lanning, because she's so strong through point, the third man tends to have to be quite square. So she's really manipulating the captain here by saying, hang on, Skip, you might need to think about moving your third finer, and that opens up point for her.
Nadine de Klerk to the left-handed Mooney. That's down the leg side. Signalled wide by the umpire. You missed it earlier. England are out of the T20 World Cup. The listeners, 5 Live Sports Extra back in the UK. England at around about 4:15 local time had to shake hands with their opponents, India, because the rain was just too heavy for any prospect of play to take place. And England, having finished second in their group and India topping theirs, it meant India qualify for the final on Sunday. De Klerk into Mooney, dropped into the leg side again. It's another single taken. At the moment, South Africa struggling to stem this flow of runs. And 6 runs from the over so far, 5 balls from it. And the score, 54 for 1.
So de Klerk's just strayed a little bit with her lines, being a left-hand, right-hand combination for Australia at the moment. Meg Lanning on strike at the moment. But yeah, just de Klerk straying a little bit, getting that extra already. She'll need to tighten up. Can't afford to give Australia any freebies.
No Marizanne Kapp in this South African lineup. What a blow that is. De Klerk into the right-handed Lanning, who's defending. That's a good delivery to finish the over. So, dot ball to conclude things. 7 overs gone. 54 for 1 is the Australia score. It is World Cup cricket from the Sydney Cricket Ground on ABC Grandstand, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, and across the ICC app as well. If you want to see in-play highlights of this game, any game in the tournament, head to the BBC Sport website on that. You won't see anything from the England game because there was no play. And England have to depart, and I imagine they will be doing anything they possibly can not to watch this game.
Yeah, they might not want to watch this game. I'm hoping that they might want to stick around and be a part of what will be a huge event at the MCG. Whoever makes it through, South Africa or Australia, to play India at the MCG on Sunday. While it will be hard to watch for England, it's something that will be a part of history. 90,000 people we're hoping will turn up to the MCG.
If Australia are there, that chance increases greatly. Van Neerkerk to Mooney, whipping it into the leg side. Well stopped at mid-wicket by Kakar. There's no run. 54 for 1. Certainly an India-Australia final is the matchup that brings you the greatest likelihood of filling that crowd. Van Neerkerk tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Comes in over the wicket to Mooney, gives herself space, chops it out towards deep cover, and will pick up a single, but it is just that one run. 55 for 1. We've got fielders pushed to the ropes. 4 of them outside the circle now, outside the power play overs. For Meg Lanning, where are they being moved to? Well, it's a field within the deep is dominated on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, square deep mid-wicket, and then deep cover. And no one fielding anywhere inside the circle or at the ropes. Fine leg, so if she can step across the stumps, or if Van Neerkerk loses a line at all, there are runs to be had for the Australian skipper Meg Lanning. 55 for 1 is the score. Van Neerkerk just makes a little adjustment to her field. Field at deep mid-wicket goes a little squarer. Van Neerkerk to Lanning. There's half an appeal for LBW. There's a bit of a mix-up. Throw comes in, and it's poor from Chetty. She almost aimed at Van Neerkerk by the looks of things, who was standing by the stumps, and then just looks at the keeper and says, well, don't throw it at me, throw the stumps.
Well, Mooney has such great energy running between the wickets, and on that occasion there was no run, but you can see the urgency. She got back with a dive.
10 overs aside in the semi-finals is what constitutes a game. It's not 5 overs as per usual in T20s. In these matches, 10 overs aside. Van Neerkerk to Lanning, who's driving out to deep cover. She'll pick up 1. They'll turn for the second. They'll push for a second as well. Throw comes in. It's a decent throw, but comfortable enough for Australia to get 2 runs. 57 for 1. 2 balls left of the 8th over.
Well, with this field, Van Neerkerk, I mean, she's a wonderful captain. She knows her own game so well. She's trying to bowl as straight as possible to Meg Lanning. Just a 1 out on the offside. That's a straightish extra cover on the boundary, and then there's 3 out on the leg side. So it signals to me she's looking to target the stump, try and get maybe a bit of skid on under lights for an LBW.
Big partnership this for Australia. No Elise Perry in this side, of course. Van Meerkirk, the right-handed Lanning. Gives herself a bit of space, chips it in the air, chips it down the ground for 6.
Wow, that signals Lanning's intent tonight. What a shot that was. No long off. The fielder is deep on the offside, a lot squarer than that, and she capitalised on that gap. Pitched up from Van Niekerk, and Lanning uses her feet. One of the best players of spin. What a shot that was for 6.
Fabulous hitting from Meg Lanning, launching that ball down the ground and picking up 6 runs. It didn't look like she'd almost put that much into it. It was just the timing and perfection of the shot, really. Van Niekerk swept this time from Lanning. Will be picked up before it reaches the boundary behind square on the leg side. And it'll just be the 1 run. So the over concludes 64 for 1 after 8. That rain, just looking at it now, I think we might get away with this. I think we'll probably, we need what, another 20, well, in theory, we'll get to the end of this innings, I'm sure of it. So in theory, it's another 22 overs left from here, because we need at least 10 overs in the South African innings. So that's the state of play in the situation. So I'd be surprised if we didn't make that, looking at the rain forecast, because there's rain coming, but it'll probably arrive just as we're leaving the ground.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, we didn't expect any cricket to be played, but now it looks like we might even get a full game in, which is remarkable. The ground has drained so well.
Nadine de Klerk, mop of red hair, running away from us. Right arm over the wicket, hammered into the leg side. That's going to be 4. Behind square from Lanning. It was on her hips, and she just said, yep, thank you, I'll have that.
Well, Lanning looks on fire tonight. She's signalled her intent. She's looking to be aggressive, and I think she knows that if there is rain, it could cut short the Australians' innings. Perhaps they don't face a full 20 overs. But Lanning, previously in this tournament, hasn't really got going. Her best effort, 41 off 44 in that crucial partnership with Haynes against Sri Lanka.
Outside the off stump, driven to deep cover, but there is a fielder protecting that boundary in front of that bank of mint green seats. Ishmael picks up and throws. 68 for 1. Well, the scoreboard on our television says 68 for 1. I think, that'll be why there's confusion between the scoreboard on the big screen at the far end of the ground and our monitors in the commentary box, because Beth Mooney has failed to get her bat over that line. It's 1 short. 68 for 1. This is balls! Mooney comes down the track. De Klerk gets through, and the fireworks ignite. 68 for 2. Beth Mooney goes for 28. A big, big wicket. And South African celebrations tell you all you need to know, because they know Beth Mooney could have taken this game away from them. And de Klerk into this side as a replacement for the absent Marizan cap has sent leg stump flying out of the ground.
Huge wicket. Beth Mooney, she's on fire in this tournament. She's been the most consistent batter in my mind for Australia in T20s over a long period of time, and she was crucial in their victory against New Zealand with a great 60. She has to leave now for 28, but Australia will continue to attack, I feel.
So, the wicket falls, the pressure perhaps just turns on Australia a little bit more, but an interesting move here, because how often have we said, well, the riches that Australia have, Jess Jonathan can bat as low as 8. Today, not a bit of it. Jess Jonathan is moved right up the order to bat at 4 to continue this left-hand, right-hand combination. They would have done the same if Rachel Haynes had moved up. So what's the thinking behind that, do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe it shows the value of Rachel Haynes late in the innings. She has gone at a very, very high run rate, usually only facing a few deliveries at the back end. Jess Jonathan, an equally great player, left-hander, likes to get hitting to that slog sweep.
All the pads and the field for LBW, I think that is highly optimistic. It looks to be pitching outside leg and probably missing leg as well, but it is a dot ball. It cannons into the stumps of Jess Jonathan, 68 for 2.
And my thinking would be, because Rachel Haynes is so experienced, and the players up the top of the order who are coming in now can maintain that aggression, knowing that you've got such a solid player like a Rachel Haynes coming in late.
De Klerk moving in again, and this is a big heave-ho into the leg side from Jonathan. She'll pick up one to deep mid-wicket. The ball left for the ninth over, 69 for 2.
Yeah, Jess Jonathan, she's proved very valuable for Australia with the ball. She's been outstanding. She's got 6 wickets at 5.8. She's been very, very important with the ball. Now she's got a job to do with the bat.
Nadine de Klerk moving into bowl to Meg Lanning. Very full, driven into the ground. Really well fielded off her own bowling. Leaping high and grabbing the ball out of the air with her left hand. De Klerk finishes the over with a dot ball. 6 from it, a wicket in there as well. And Australia 69 for 2 after 9. The SCG, it looks brilliant. It really, as a spectacle in front of us, it's fantastic. The branding for this tournament is all over the bottom of each of the tiers. It's right across that famous pavilion with its green roof to our right and the clock tower. The members' seats I can see are pretty much full in that pavilion. The red brick, so distinctive in this part of the world. And the SCG with the floodlights shining brightly. Well, we've got cricket. We didn't expect that 3 hours ago, I think that's fair to say.
Not at all. And Malaba coming into the attack now. She's left arm orthodox. We saw a few dance moves from her the other night at the showground when there was no chance of play out there.
Did. There was a dance-off between South Africa and West Indies. Malaba, left arm spin. And this is hit hard down the ground. Could be a chance of a catch. Ishmael runs in, steadies herself, catches the ball. Jess Jonathan goes for 1. Ishmael takes the catch at long on. And Malaba strikes with the first ball of her second over. Australia 69 for 3.
Ishmael doesn't drop them. That's an easy catch for her. Running in at long on. It was almost that Jonathan just chipped the ball. Didn't really go through with it. And Ishmael, one of the safest fielders, she took that really calmly. And everything's just that much more important in a semi-final. And you want someone like Ishmael under a high ball like that. Disappointing from Jonathan, 1 of her 3 ball space.
Ash Gardner comes to the middle. Perhaps a spot lower than we expected her to. She walks out to make it a right-hand combination out there in the middle for Australia. 69 for 3 in the 10th over. World Cup cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra with the BBC and on ABC Grandstand. Henry Moran alongside Alex Blackwell. You've played in these situations, you know what it's all about. How will those players be feeling?
Yeah, pretty nervous. I think what I've seen so far, though, is that Australia are looking to take their theme into this must-win game, which is to maintain the rage. Keep going. Even if you lose a wicket, there's so much batting in the sheds. Just keep going, looking to keep that run rate and the pressure on the opposition, rather than those dips in momentum that wickets can bring. What we've seen from the Australian lineup is that hasn't seemed to bother them too much. You don't want to have 6 wickets still left in the sheds at the end of their 20 overs when they feel like they could have pushed a bit harder.
Lanning, who's on strike, having seen the batting pair cross, defends into the offside. Maintain the rage.
I've heard that a few times.
Oh,
I reckon that's what they say in the change rooms. I've not been in there, but I think it's what their sort of mission or statement is.
Malaba round the wicket, bowling to Lanning, who won't get a run because it's just pushed gently to Van Neerkerk in the covers. Crouches down in that mustard yellow South Africa shirt, the green trousers, fielding in the deep, long on, deep wicket and deep backward square leg for Meg Lanning, who's waiting, coming down the track and defending. What an over this has been from Malaba. A wicket and 3 dots so far. 69 for 3, the Australia score remains. Malaba, bleached blonde hair, quickly into her work again. Moving in, quicker this time, hit hard into the leg side. Has it got enough on it for 4 runs? Will it be collected in the deep? It is. Lizelle Lee, who's quick across the ground, picks up, and it is 1 run, but no more. 70 for 3 now.
She's a power athlete, isn't she, Lizelle Lee? She was quick off the mark there. I thought that was 4 off the bat. It was really well played by Lanning, deep in the crease, looking to punch the pull shot just straight of that cow fielder. Or deep mid-wicket. Maybe that's better.
I prefer cow. Deep in the crease is Gardner. Dot ball, pushed to backward point. Suneluz crouches and picks up. 1 from the over and the wicket. A fabulous return from Malaba. 10 gone, 70 for 3. World Cup cricket And any cricket at all, quite frankly. Today is a bonus because it's been a frustrating day, particularly for England, who are out of the competition. I'm going to get out of the way because Andrew's coming back in.
Goes the aerial route over deep in wicket 6.
The Women's T20 World Cup
On ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight.
Alex Blackwell, great to see you. Things have evened up a little bit in the last couple of overs, haven't they?
They certainly have. I thought Australia set the tone beautifully with Healy coming out with a smile on her face, smashing 18 off 13.
As we have Nadine de Klerk bowling, and it's run down to third man by Meg Lanning. And she moves to 21, 3 for 71 at the start of the 11th over. Yeah, maybe 2 overs ago, I was talking to others in the box saying Australia's all over them. And the lack of Marizanne Kapp, not only did we felt with the bat, but also with the ball. And it looked palpable at 1 for 68. But now a couple of quick wickets. Give South Africa some hope. Nadine de Klerk in the third over has 1 for 13. And she's on her way to Gardner. Yet to get off the mark. There's an appeal for catch behind, and she's out. Ash Gardner out for a second ball duck. And all of a sudden the scoreboard looks a little ugly for the host nation. Australia 71 for 4. Gardner out. Caught Shetty. Bowled Nadine de Klerk, who now has 2 for 13. A young hero for South Africa. She was the replacement for Marizanne Kapp.
Well, big shoes to fill with Marizanne Kapp out of this side. Nadine de Klerk, she's gotten 2 massive wickets. First Beth Mooney, now Ash Gardner for a duck. She has got that determination on her face, doesn't she, Nadine? She's steaming in, celebrating those wickets as you would in a massive game, a semi-final, and she's doing a great job for her team. Ash Gardner will be bitterly disappointed with that. We now see Rach Haynes coming to the crease. We've seen her come to the crease many times over when Australia are under pressure, and some great signs from her of late. She had a great innings with the skipper, a huge partnership against Sri Lanka on that occasion. Haynes getting 60 off 47, but I loved what we saw the other day against New Zealand, 19 off just 8 balls. She's got that ability to flick the switch and clear the ropes. So Haynes needs a big job here. Australia will hope that she can bat a long time and form another partnership with the skipper.
Got to admire Rachel Haynes because she was in terrible form in the WBBL and really the WNCL as well. Had a rough start to the Tri-Series, but she's become a real staple in the middle order for Australia again in this World Cup. 33 years of age, 66 T20 games, and she raises the bat. Important phase of the game. De Klerk bowls to Haynes, and she's off the mark instantly. Just tucking it off her hip towards deep square. They have 1. Kaka comes in to do the fielding, and they only get the 1. So Rachel Haynes is 1. And Australia 4 for 72 in the 11th over. Alex, they've lost 3 for 3. 1 for 68, 4 for 71.
Yeah, not great stats that is for Australia, but well played for South Africa.
Klerk bowls and Lanning drives it to backward point. No run, straight to Lizelle Lee. Score remains 4 for 72, and Lanning's looking good to touch 21 at a runner ball pace. Nice to see the crowd just building since the start of play. Thousands of people would have opted against coming because of the dreadful day weather-wise in Sydney that saw England and India abandoned without a ball bowled, without a ball ever likely to be bowled. Dean de Klerk bowls Lanning, beautiful drive, straight to mid-off. They set off for a run, throw from Chloe Try on middle, and they get through. Lanning 22, 4 for 73 in the 11th.
Lanning was looking excellent. I thought she was really free-flowing. We haven't seen that from her in the tournament yet. But those 3 wickets to 3 runs, I mean, she now has to take so much responsibility. And if she can not tighten up too much, keep the scoreboard moving, just get up and down with Rachel Haynes.
Last ball of the 11th over. De Klerk again angles on leg side of Rachel Haynes, and she tucks it off her hip towards Kaka, a deep backward square, and they take a comfortable single. Haynes 2, Lanning 22 off 22 balls. Haynes 2 off 2, juices a wild. Australia 4 for 74 after 11 overs here at the SCG, having been sent into bat. They've lost to Lisa Healy, Court Barney-Kark, bowled Kaka for 18 off 13 deliveries. It was 1 for 34 in the 5th. Beth Mooney bowled by Nadine de Klerk for 28 off 24, 2 for 68 in the 9th. Jess Jonathan promoted to number 4. Caught Ishmael at long off the bowling of Malaba for 1 off 3. It was 3 for 69 and 4 for 71 in the previous over when Ash Gardner caught behind by Chetty off the bowling of de Klerk for a second ball duck. And now it's Australia who has to go into some recovery mode here.
Absolutely. And the two best people to be out there in this situation, in my opinion, they really came to the rescue, Lanning and Haynes, when Australia are in trouble against Sri Lanka at the Wacker. They had a
They've
very
done it
good
a bit over the years, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, well, that's what the senior players are out there for, I guess.
Chloe Tryon now to come on to bowl from the far or Randwick end. Hasn't done a lot of bowling in the tournament. None for 7 against Pakistan. She's a left-arm spinner and she's into Rachel Haynes and she's defends very respectfully back down the pitch, no run.
Not always been a left-arm spinner. When I was playing against this side, the last time I played against South Africa, Tryon was a little medium-paced left-arm bowler. She was pretty good, actually. I thought that provided nice variation in their attack.
And she comes, bowls, darts this in at the pads of Rachel Haynes. Tucks it off backward of square for 1. Misfield at short fine leg by Malaba. Then the recovery mission is on and they do only get the singles. So 3 to Haynes, 4 for 75 in the 12th over. 19 wickets. This is her 65th T20. But it's a lower order, middle order batting that raises the eyebrows. She has a strike rate of 140. Tryon bowls to the right-hander Lanning. Thickish inside edge, runs it down to deep square leg. Has one, they might come for the second. No is the decision. As the throw comes on its way back to the bowler, and I think probably a good decision in hindsight as Van der Kark made good ground. 4 for 76 in the 12th over and landing up to 23.
It's interesting to see how many of Tryon's wickets have come from pace bowling rather than spinning.
Tryon is a reverse sweep by Rachel Haynes and she gets it to deep, fine third man. Wants a second, no. Good fielding in the end by Mignon Dupree, keeping it to only a run as she's coming around from backward point, in the end down to third man. So another run for Australia, 4 for 77. Rachel Haynes moves to 4.
We've come to see Rachel Haynes use that paddle sweep when under pressure.
Landing with a stacked offside field inside the circle, and here she gets a legitimate nick down to short third. It won't carry very far because of the wet conditions as Malaba fields and gets the return back into the keeper Chetty. So they get 1. And Rachel Haynes moves, Meg Lanning moves to 24. Rachel Haynes is 4 back on strike at 4 for 78. 1 ball to come in the 12th over. It's been a fair over by Chloe Tryon. She hasn't done much bowling.
It's been great.
Now the left-hander Haynes, and this one is cut away by Haynes. When I say cut away, she went back for a cross-batted shot, plays it down to long off, and gets a run to end the over. 5 runs off that over from Chloe Tryon. Australia 79 for 4. Meg Lanning 24. Rachel Haynes not out 5. So who's in front at the moment, Alex Blackwell?
South Africa are. I actually think this has been a great effort from South Africa. They've come into this game underdogs. They've never beaten Australia in a T20 international. They've met 4 times before. All of those T20s have been in World Cups. South Africa have never beaten Australia. But coming into this game, they would back themselves to be able to beat this world-class team, but they have a chink in their armour in that Kath hasn't been able to take the field, and she's so important in this South African attack. So not surprised to see Tryon roll her arm over. I think that was always going to happen with Kat out of the side, and especially that Meg Lanning is in at the crease at the moment. Bit sus against left-arm orthodox bowling.
Well, now Dane Van der Kark goes for speed. Their opening bowler, Shabnam Ismail, opened the bowling, 2 overs for 15, beat the batter Healy with the first ball of the game. Then a really quick bouncer that Elisa Healy missed trying to hook and then smile. So that was at 121k. That meant something from Ismail.
All you can do is smile when you miss it by that much, and I think it was at the keeper's gloves before she even finished her swing.
So Ismail decides to start around the wicket to the left-hander, Rachel Haynes, who's on 5, 4 for 79. 13th over begins, struck on the pad with the angle you'd assume going down leg side, and that's the ruling, not out. No run either as it rolled away to backward point. Score remains 4 for 79.
Ismail bowling to her Sydney Thunder captain.
Yes.
They know each other well. Ismail will not be going lightly on Rachel Haynes here.
Not at
She'll
all.
fancy herself. That round the wicket plan, maybe just if she can sneak one through the gate.
Deep third, deep fine leg as Ismail into Haynes. A bouncer, and she ducks underneath it. Through it goes to the keeper, Chetty. And no run, another dot ball. That one at 123 k an hour. Now, in the women's game, Alex, that is reasonably quick. That race through on Rachel Haynes.
Yeah, not many bowlers are bowling at those speeds, and Rachel Haynes would have done her preparation, got the coaches to throw short and quick at her leading into this game in preparation for Ismail.
Ismail, 99 wickets in this form of the game. Doesn't get 100 here as Haynes gets a single down towards square legs. There's an underarm shy at the stump that misses from Varnikar. And very good running from the Australians. Haynes is 6 off 9. 4 for 80 in the 13th over. So bearing in mind the number 3, Marizanne Tapp, is not there. Equally, Elise Perry's not bowling for Australia. What's a target that South Africa could be confident of chasing this?
South Africa would be confident to chase about a 140 score. Anything above that, I think that's going to be challenging. But we're not sure with this second band of rain coming through. Maybe it'll be a shortened innings for South Africa.
Ishmael to Lanning, comes forward, runs it square on the offside. Great fielding to prevent a run by Lizelle Lee, and the score remains 4 for 80. Don't say that, it's not going to rain.
Hope not.
We're going to get through. Because it's tough now with the revised conditions, isn't it, for the semi-finals? You need 10 overs each side, minimum.
Yeah,
to
so
get through.
hopefully the rain stays away. It feels clear at the moment. We'd be expecting that rain to sort of come over the members and ladies stand. I think that's the direction it's headed.
It's been the weather quarter, as they say, all day as Ishmael into Lanning. Beats her outside the off stump. A ball short, just short of a length outside the off stump at 123 k an hour. And that reared off the deck, and Lanning missed it trying to play square on the offside. And the score remained 4 for 80.
Yeah, what a ball that was. Lovely carry off this SCG wicket. Ishmael will be enjoying that. She does want to be the fastest bowler in the world, Ishmael, and I haven't seen paces higher than that in this tournament. That's terrific.
Ishmael, yet again to the Australian captain Lanning. That's a wide. She tried too hard there. Down the leg side it goes at 122 k an hour. Really exerting herself, Shabnam Ismail, knowing that a wicket or two here breaks the game open for South Africa. But that time she was wayward. It is a wide. 4 for 81, 1 ball left in the third over, and that's ruined an otherwise outstanding over to this point from Ishmael. Just the one single off the side of that.
Just a bit dirty on that. Trying a bit hard, maybe going for the full Yorker for an LBW.
And she comes again to Meg Lanning, who's forward, playing it backward. A point, Lizelle Lee diving like a gazelle, not a Lizelle, and she saves a run. That's brilliant fielding by Lizelle Lee. End of the over, 4 for 81, 13 overs gone, only 2 runs off that. Ishmael, 3 overs, none for 17. Meg Lanning, 24. Rachel Haynes is not out 6, and that is the over that South Africa required from its spearhead.
Yeah, great over there from Ishmael, just stemming the flow. The Australians trying to combat that extra pace, and they'll have to calculate how many runs they're willing to get just off Ishmael's overs, and then who in the rest of the bowlers should they be attacking more. Maybe Chloe Tryon, she's really only a part-time left arm orthodox, and maybe Rachel Haynes could be the person to look to just put a bit more pressure on this part-time bowler now.
Chloe Tryon, 5 off her first over. Bowls a left down finger spin to Haynes. Lofts away to deep mid-wicket. Chips it over the infield, really. And it's one bounce down to Nadine de Klerk for a single. Rachel Haynes, 7. 4 for 82 in the 14th over. 7 off 10, the Australian vice-captain. And now for Meg Lanning on strike. There's a deep fine leg. Deep forward square. Mid-wicket inside the circle. Long on, long off. And 4 stacked very close together. Square on the offside. Here's the stumping attempt. And Chetty's missed it. She's dropped a catch and missed a stumping. How South Africa could rue that. It is a wide, 4 for 83 in the 14th over. Lanning should have been out for 24. And Chetty, who's been so good, didn't really come close to gloving that. And the opportunity goes begging. Meg Lanning, a life on 24, and she rocks back and cuts this to vacant third man. Has one. Malaba in pursuit. They come back for a second. And Malaba gets the return on the way to the keeper, Chetty. But disappointing for the South African keeper. 26 for Lanning, 4 for 85 in the 14th.
Can't afford to give Meg Lanning a chance. It was a reasonably straightforward stumping there. She just went a bit early, bringing the ball back to the stump.
Now try on again, bowls to Lanning, good delivery, and it's just driven back to the bowler. No run. So there was a life when Chetty dropped Elisa Healy on 18, didn't cost them a run in the end. But that missed nothing good with Meg Lanning on 24 at 4 for 83. We'll keep an eye on that, obviously, as Lanning goes back, pulls the next ball. Can't really beat the field. There's coverage out there in Lizelle Lee at deep mid-wicket, and there's only a run for the Australian captain. It's 27, 4 for 86 in the 14th over.
2 T20 internationals for women have been played at the SCG, and the average score was 133. Given that it's a soggy outfield as well, a score of 140 would be pretty good.
Try on into Haynes, short, pulled away, back with a square. Picked out the field loose down there, so 1 run only. Haynes is 8 off 11, 4 for 87. One ball to come in the 14th. Yeah, you'd think 135 on a wet outfield is the equivalent of 145 normally, perhaps. So could be a deceptively good score. South Africa need to just take regular wickets if they can. Try on bowls, and Lanning can't get a run as she pushes to Kaka in the covers. That is another good over by Chloe Trial. 6 runs from it, but she should have had the wicket of Meg Lanning. 4 for 87 after 14 overs. Lanning 27 off 31. Rachel Haynes is 8 off 11. 6 runs off that over. So they've managed to sneak 2 overs in from Chloe Tryon at the expense of just 11 runs.
And nearly a massive wicket of Meg Lanning. So Tryon would have been thinking, I could have had the Australian captain in my pocket.
Yep. Well, now...
Not now. Yep.
A more regularly used left-arm figure spinner comes in, Malaba. Again, only 19 years of age, and that has been a feature. I suppose we've grown used to it, Alex, with the WBBL, seeing teenagers starting to take over the world, and we're seeing a bit of it in the World T20 Cup as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, the way that domestic cricket has been here in our country, in Australia, those youngsters are ready to go. I'm not as familiar with domestic cricket in South Africa, but the youngsters in this side, Malaba being one of them, has really stepped up.
Nonkalulu Eka Malaba, 2 overs, 1 for 11, and she's bowling to Haynes, comes down the track and drives it along the floor towards long on. There'll be but one as Van Nico does the fielding, and that takes Rachel Haynes up to 9, 4 for 88 in the 15th over. Alex Blackwell, Andrew Moore with you here at the SCG as we broadcast through ABC Radio right throughout Australia. Lovely to have your company, and also we broadcast through BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Thanks for getting up early. Sorry about what happened to England earlier. Malaba bowls on the sweep, goes Lanning but struck on the pad, can't get a run as Chetty comes around from behind the stumps to pick up. Score remains 88 for 4.
Well, I think Australia is just now setting themselves for a big last 5. So these two have steadied the ship. They haven't lost a wicket for a little while now.
Malaba to Lanning, comes down the track, lofts it over the covers for 4. Great shot by Meg Lanning. She's 31, Australia 4 for 92. And you look at the batting to come for the Australians as well, Alex. There's still some willow in the sheds. Nicola Carey, Sophie Molyneux, who's here for the first time but opens the batting in the WBBL. Georgia Wareham can handle the bat. So too Delissa Kimmins. Megan Shoots probably the only legitimate tail ender there.
Yeah, you'd expect that Molyneux or Carey come in next. I'd like to see Carey. I think she's underutilised as a batter.
Can really work the ball around too, can't she? As Malaba is into Lanning, she goes back, deflects this down to backwards point, gets a run to Kaka. And she's 32, 4 for 93 in the 15th over. So far, 6 runs from this over, thanks to that wonderful lofted cover drive by Meg Lanning. Still hard to believe we're seeing cricket here, bearing in mind the weather earlier in the day. Malaba, left-arm spinner, bowls to the left-handed Haynes. Can she possibly be beaten in flight as she whips it away towards backward square? Kaka is there, just the one. Haynes into double figures at 10, 4 for 94.
Yeah, Haynes just doing a great job here, getting the skipper Meg Lanning on strike, who's looking to be a little bit more aggressive. She's now faced 34 balls, Meg Lanning on 32. She had to reel it in a little bit. She was looking aggressive early in her innings, but a few wickets lost. Haynes has just steadied the ship nicely.
Last ball of the over, Malaba to Lanning. It's a good one. A defensive stroke towards the covers. Dot ball. That ends the over. 4 for 94 Australia after 15 overs having been sent to bat. Meg Lanning, 32. Rachel Haynes 10. These next 5 overs could be crucial in the result, along with the dancing going on with our English counterparts. And it's a double change. Alex Hartley dances away in, and so does Henry Moran here at the SCG.
The Women's T20 World Cup on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Here we go. Start of the new over. Keep tangled from the microphone. Tossed up, driven away. That's a nice looking shot. Could run away to the boundary over the covers. The ball's slowing up. It's rolling to the ropes. Oh, what a stop. Mignon de Prix, she dived like the start of a 100-metre front crawl and eventually hauled the ball in. Oh, lovely start to the over. That provided all sorts. An entertaining shot, the ball teasing us, and then Mignon de Prix deciding she was for a moment Rebecca Adlington.
I'm not on. I'm on now. Tell you what, that was a great bit of fielding.
Chloe Tryon moving around the wicket. Left arm spin, well to Lanning, who's deep in the crease, digs the ball out. Will go to the right of the Clerk at extra cover, and a single is taken. 98 for 4. We're into the 16th over of the inning. Rick Eyre on cricket, who's a very familiar face in Australian cricket and social media. We have a weather update for a chance. Here comes Chloe Tryon. Hit hard, swatted away by Rachel Haynes, out towards de Klerk at deep middle wicket. A single moves Australia to 99 for 4. 3 balls gone in the 16th over. He says definitely more rain bearing down on Sydney, but we might be lucky and just clip the fringes of it. 99 for 4. Tryon digs the ball in, swept away hard, could run away to the ropes, chase on, really good stop in the deep. That's excellent work from Mignon de Prix. She's one of the best in the business. 100 up for Australia. 100 for 4. 2 balls left of the 16th over. Lanning is on to 34.
She's a brilliant fielder, isn't she? So good. She's very good to watch. I mean, my favourite thing was her diving into that imaginary swimming pool.
It's great, wasn't it? Well, there's been enough water around today. Tryon bowls to Haynes, who clips the ball in the air to the left of deep mid-wicket. It'll be picked up with the second run being taken now. Throw comes in, could be trouble. Throw comes in just home. Haynes, good running there from the Australian pair. They advance the score to 102 for 4.
I always find if you run in the commentary box, it makes the batters run faster.
Is that what you were doing?
I was running as.
I thought you were just told.
No.
Tryon round the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, deep in the crease, goes straight to an elaborate short-mid wicket, which she misfields, and it is a single. And the over concludes with 1 more onto the total. 103 for 4 after 16. Chloe Tryon is an interesting case. She's changed from being a left-arm dibbly-dobbly medium pacer to left-arm spin. Had a year or so ago. 2 wickets she's taken in that time since that change.
I mean, the way she's bowled that over, I'm going to say no.
You'd be correct. 10 points for Alex Hartley.
I mean, it looks like somebody that's not been bowling left-arm spin for very long. Do we know why she changed from seam? Because she was quite effective as a seam bowler.
I don't know. Why do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
Who knows? It's a mystery. Meg Lanning, here's a stat for you from Hypercalls on Twitter. Meg Lanning had one of the highest career averages in Women's T20 Internationals, 36. In tournament finals and semi-finals, she raises that average to 45. Big game player is the Australian skipper. She's played well here. 103 for 4. 16 overs gone. Lanning 34 from 37. De Klerk is going to bowl her final over. Yes, her final over. Figures of 2 for 16 so far. Bowled really nicely.
Yeah, this is why Danae van Niekerk has turned to de Klerk, because she's been there out-and-out bowler today, picking up the wickets. So this is when South Africa could do with picking up another one.
Haynes is waiting. Keeper crouches. Bowls up! Big swing from Rachel Haynes. And once again, those fireworks go up in front of us. A 3rd wicket for Nadine de Klerk. Celebrations for South Africa. Australia 103 for 5. And forget about the weather for a minute. It may not be the weather sending South Africa through. It might be Nadine de Klerk.
I mean, that was a fantastic ball. It was just full and straight. Horrendous shot from Rachel Haynes. I have no idea what she was trying to do. She deserves to be out after hacking across the line like that.
Oh. Alex, brutal assessment.
True, man.
103 for 5, Australia. She tried to swing it into next week. Missed. And Carey comes to the middle as Rachel Haynes has to trudge her way back towards that famous old pavilion to our right-hand side. Decent crowd in, not as many as we were hoping, because, quite frankly, those that would have looked at the weather early on today and seen the England game abandoned would have seen that the prospect of play was limited in terms of chances, and we could see another washout. As it is, we could potentially get a full 40 overs of cricket, but Australia, 103 for 5, are struggling a bit.
So Chloe Tryon switched from pace to spin due to injuries.
Ah, there we go.
Oh man, he knows, doesn't he? Hypercourse.
Nothing gets past Hypercourse. Nothing at all.
I think it's my favourite Twitter account, isn't it?
More than mine.
Oh, easily. I mean, maybe not quite as good as my own, but...
Your modesty that I've always loved so much, Alex. 103 for 5. Carey is waiting as field for LBW immediately, but there's no chance of that one because I think it's pitched outside leg, hit the bat, and I'm not even convinced that it's going to go on to hit the stumps. Seeing a replay of that Haynes dismissal, she's missed it by a mile.
I mean, it's such a un-Rachel Haynes-like shot. She's normally just a proper cricketer who plays proper normal shots.
De Klerk, right arm over. This is punched nicely. Good timing from Carey. Beats the dive of Sune Lu's at extra cover, but it will be collected by Ishmael, who's patrolling and lurking on that cover boundary. And it's just a 1 run.
It's always good to dive in when it's been raining all day. So weather like today, you just got miles. You can see it from Sune Lu's there. She's done an absolute, I don't know, what do you call it, a swan dive?
So, do you remember Jürgen Klinsmann?
No, we had this conversation the other day. I have no idea.
Age, I forget. He did that iconic celebration in the mid-90s football. Because everyone said he was diving, and he dived miles on the ground, slid along the ground.
Well, I've heard of a Klinsmann. I didn't realise it was a person. I thought it was just a dive.
Well, it normally comes from a person. This is an LBW shout again. Or does the umpire say no? A bit of inside edge, perhaps. Meg Lanning is the batter, and they're immediately going upstairs. They know the value of this wicket. De Klerk, has she got another? It was full, it was straight. The only thing that might save Meg Lanning here is the inside edge.
Yeah, I heard 2 noises, but quite often with Meg Lanning, she does go pad bat. So I know as an England team, we speak about it a lot when she's facing left arm spin. She gets that front leg forward and goes pad bat.
Here we go, here's the replay. Back comes down and back. Then hat. So Lanning will survive, no question about it. I can see why they've gone upstairs, because you've got one review from Hughes, and it's the Australian captain. She's the player that can really take the game away. But it is a good decision from the umpire. She's basically nibbled it onto her bat.
I don't understand why they've been that.
2 balls left of the over, 1 run and a wicket from this 17th over. Another delivery on middle stump, this time run off the face down towards wide third man. Collected by Ayabonga Kaka. Throw comes in. 105 for 5. England are out of the World Cup. If you missed it earlier, their game against India washed out, and by virtue of finishing second in their group, they're gone. That's it. India go through to the final. No reserve day. I've been speaking to the ICC in the last couple of hours, finding out what the deal is. Here comes De Klerk, more in a moment. 105 for 5. Carey waits left-handed, clips the ball away off the toes, out towards deep mid-wicket, pushing hard for the first. They'll only get the 1 run, though. That's all they'll manage. 106 for 5, 3 overs left. What can Australia manage? What sort of total can they put on the board? The ICC said to me the following. I made notes on it because I wanted to make sure I got it absolutely correct. They said, the playing regulations and proposed schedule are sent to all boards well in advance of the tournament. They have to agree and sign off on what is proposed. When sent the regulation, boards have the chance to suggest amendments. No board wanted the addition of reserve days for the semi-finals, so none were added. Reserve days also have never been used as part of T20 World Cup semi-finals. The ICC wanted to reinforce the message that they facilitate the tournaments that are played by the different boards, but do so only with the boards agreeing to what is planned for the tournament. So, at this stage, there'll be no reserve day for the men's tournament later in the year as well, because that is the agreement that's in place. And of course, in light of what we've seen today, that may change, because it's not looked good for the game. It's not looked good, but I think the ICC are very keen to get that message ahead in front, that the board had the chance. They could have said, but well in advance of this, what happens if? Start of a new over. Oh, down the leg side. Horrible ball first up. And it is a wide. 107 for 5 at this start of the 18th over.
I think South Africa needs to be really clever with how they go about bowling in these death overs here, because you want to keep Nicola Carey on strike, keep Meg Lanning off strike for as long as possible. So if I was South Africa, I would definitely have a mid-wicket, purely for the fact to put a bit of pressure on her. She's new to the crease, she's only faced 3 balls. Like, bowl 1 or 2 dots, then put your fielder out.
Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square for the left-handed Carey. Kakar, right arm over, is in. It's striking the pad, and immediately Lanning sets off from the non-striker's end. And a leg by is taken, 108 for 5. The Australia total. We have how many deliveries left? Well, 2.5 overs left in the innings. How's that rain forecast looking? A reminder, this game is washed out. It is South Africa that will head through to the final on Sunday. Looking at the forecast, well, creeping over. Richmond, Hornsby, they're all getting a little bit of the rain action at the moment. Kakar. Moving into Lanning, very full, dug out, nicely played from the Australian skipper. She'll pick up 1, it'll probably just be that single, it is. 109 for 5, boundaries hard to come by. This outfield is brutally slow. You'd expect it, the rain that's fallen today, you're hardly expecting it to race away, but you really have to either play it aerially or hit it so cleanly to get 4.
Yeah, not having Marizanne Kapp batting at 3 is going to be a huge blow for South Africa, because she runs hard between the wickets.
It's a slower ball, which is dug out. And a single will be added, up to long off. Carey moves on to 2 from 4, 110, or 3 from 5. Now, 110 for 5 is the score. Rain is coming. I think we're looking at it hitting here in probably 50 minutes to an hour.
Is that your professional opinion?
No, it's my opinion. Professional about anything I do. Alex, Kakar, bowling, down the leg side, swept away. Could that run to the ropes? No, the ball slows up again. Tryon won't catch it though, does just get down there. Tryon, has to be said, wasn't the most speedy across the ground, and in fact it signalled leg byes. 114 for 5. Delivery was not a good one. Keeper stood no chance once it hit the pads of Meg Lanning and whistled down to the ropes.
You almost feel if it was Mignons with 3 or Sune Loose chasing that, they would have most definitely stopped it.
That's probably fair. Kakar, right arm over to Lanning. Full toss, smashed away, can't bowl there. That's going to be a 1 bounce 4. Over backward point. Horrible delivery. 2 poor balls to see the Australian score really accelerate, and that could be so important because it just really dried up the run scoring for a while, South Africa, but Lanning, a slower ball attempted. It gets horribly lost as it comes out of the hand. It's an easy boundary. Kakar, how will she respond? Bowling down the leg side, it's a wide. She's got to focus here because there's 1 ball left of this over and things have got really out of hand. 119 for 5.
This is such an awful position to be in as a bowler as well. When you've bowled a few wides, you've bowled basically, it should have been a no ball really. It was such a loose delivery. Pressure's on, she needs to reset herself at the top of the mark here and just bowl the ball full and straight. She's going to be nervous.
Final ball of the over, or is it? Kakar, that's a better ball, driven through the offside, beats the dive of the fielder, should run away for 4. Ball is going to win that race. Yep, 4 runs. It's a decent ball. It's 123 for 5, 18 overs gone, an expensive over from Kakar. How many's that gone for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 13, 17 runs from the over.
Yeah, it's completely changed the dynamic of the game. The score predictor had Australia to get 134. They're already up at 123 with 2 overs left. Completely changed the game.
But it is my favourite score at the moment.
It's my cap number, that, Henry.
What, 1, 2, 3?
Yep.
Yeah, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment.
Oh, it is. I was like, where's the 4 coming from?
It doesn't work in Australia where it's 5 for 123.
Yeah.
Joke over index.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Oh. 123 for 5.
Maths has never been a strong point of mine.
Shabney Mishmel to bowl her final over. Carey on strike. 2 overs left for the innings. 2 out. Here comes Ishmael. It's outside the off stump. Big swing, big miss. through to the keeper. Dot to start the over. 123 for 5 it remains.
I've had an absolute shocker there, haven't I? No, anyway, Ishmael.
Not as big a shocker as I had with that umbrella this morning.
Yeah, well.
I lost a fight with an umbrella.
Nearly lost a finger as well.
I did. I can only blame myself in this circumstance. Got caught in the mechanism. Here comes Ishmael to Carey, back of the length. Mistimed into the leg side, but crucially it'll bring Meg Lanning onto strike. 124 for 5 with 10 balls left of this innings. ABC Grandstand, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. We've got the World Cup winner from 2017, Alex Hartley, alongside us.
Mathematician.
Yeah. Part-time mathematician. Part-time pilot, as we discovered earlier in the tournament. Or plane driver, I think is how you describe it. 1, 2, 4 for 5. Lanning jams down on the ball. She won't get a run though. It's stopped at backward point by Lizelle Lee. It's good over this so far. Really good tight bowling from Shabnim Ishmael. She hasn't been quite at her explosive best. We've not seen stumps ripped out of the ground, but actually, without Marizanne Kapp just offering a little bit of solidity and economy is what South Africa need. Ishmael charges away from us, right arm over, as appeal for LBW, the umpire's not interested, and the keeper has to chase the ball down towards third man. I wonder if that'll be leg buys or runs. I fancy there may have been a bit of bat involved in that. Either way, it's 2-something.
Leg buys.
Leg buys, 126 for 5, 2 leg buys added to the score. Lanning 44 from 45.
Very well bowled this from Ishmael. She had I think her second over, she was a bit wayward, got a bit excited, bowled too inconsistently, but she's definitely brought it back here with her last 2.
In comes Ishmael to bowl to Lanning. It's spooned up in the air, could be a catch, going to land safely, unbelievably. It lands almost on top of the stumps. And as both Ishmael and Chetty ran to try and get to that ball, it somehow landed. It would have been the longest played on in history, wouldn't it?
Or the longest caught and bowled in history.
It went a mile in the air and it landed a foot away from the stumps.
You can see Meg Lanning having a laugh. She had absolutely no idea where
Oh! How was that missed?
Ishmael and Leah can't believe it.
Just a single though. Final ball of the penultimate over of the innings. 127 for 5. That is the Australian total. Semi-final cricket on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Hit down the ground from Carey. Has she got enough on it for 4 runs? I think the ball will slow up. The call for the second run, no. Throw from Van Neerkerk prevents it. So a single to finish the over. Carey will take strike at the start of the final over. 128 for 5. How many can they muster, Alex Hartley, from this final over?
Well, that's a result for South Africa with Carey finishing on strike. That what South Africa really need to do here is keep Carey on strike for as long as possible. This is going to be the over where Meg Lanning's going to go from every single ball. If she gets out, it doesn't matter. She's done her job. She's got her average in semi-finals and finals, so they keep building.
I wonder if anybody in the Australian camp is looking at the same radar that I am. She's telling us what we can expect. At the moment, I'm looking at what the Australians call the bomb, the Bureau of Meteorology, which is the government department of weather. And the radar shows the heavy stuff moving from northwest to southeast. And at approximately, according to this radar, about 9:42, it'll be hitting Sydney. Kakar to bowl the final over. Bit surprised about that. Worked into the leg side, probably for 1. I imagine Lanning will want to keep the strike, and she will be on strike. 129 for 5. 5 balls left of the innings. So you'd have thought when players emerge for the second innings at around about probably 9:05, that will allow what? 35 minutes? You're not going to get 10 overs in 35 minutes.
If you bowl some spin, you might.
You might. Will that be, well, surely it'll be in the Australian side. Picard from bowl to Lanning, driven into the offside, stopped by the clerk. Mix up, should be a run out. If the throw hits, it will be. It doesn't. Chetty, slow off the mark, doesn't get there to the stumps to try and offer the backup, if you like, if that throw missed. So Carey will take the strike with a single added. 130 for 5.
I mean, it was well backed up in the end from Chetty, but she didn't even try and get to the stumps in the first place. I don't know if she almost had a mind blank, but anyway, she stopped the overthrows. It's fine.
indeed. That's one thing they don't do. So Carey, left-hander, with his open stance, short sleeves, waiting in front of us in the gloom. Right arm over, moving in. Oh, is that caught behind? I heard a noise. No, it goes through to the keeper. In the circumstances, a dot ball or a wicket, really, the final over of an innings, it makes little difference. But a dot ball is crucial. Carey, 6 from 10, has not exactly played the knock that Australia needed in the circumstances.
No, and the rain is falling as well. We can just see on the big screen, it's just started to rain.
It is raining.
Which is not ideal for this game of cricket, really.
Kakar moving into Carey. That's a better connection. Driven down the ground to long on. Ishmael crouches on one knee. A long barrier. Throws in. The rain is falling in Sydney.
It'd be a shame, wouldn't it, if we set in for the evening. Didn't get to see the South Africa chase.
131 for 5. 2 balls left of the Australia innings. If this game does not reach a conclusion because of the weather, South Africa are in the final and Australia are out. Lanning on strike. 2 balls left of the innings. Kakar bowling. Good delivery. It's clipped into the leg side. I don't think it's going to be 4. It might be 2. Carey is the quicker of the 2 between the wickets, and it is 2 runs. But this has been really good. It's raining quite heavy. They'll get to the end of the innings. There's 1 ball left of it. Will they get out for the second one? That's the question.
Well, you can't go out for a second innings, or you can't start a cricket game if there's any rain in the air whatsoever. So it's got to completely stop for Australia to get out there for their bowling innings.
Finish the innings. Lanning on strike. 1-3-3 for 5. Full delivery. Hit hard into the leg side. Decent connection. Probably just the 1 run. They'll turn for 2. There won't be a second. It's 134 for 5. If we get there, South Africa will require 135 runs for a place in the World Cup final. As Meg Lanning, what a hand she's played. Doesn't quite reach the 50. 49 at a runner ball for her. She finishes unbeaten. Carey, 7 not out. Kakar finishes with figures of 4 overs, 1 for 29. The rain is falling, not nearly as hard as it was earlier, and the floodlights rather accentuate how heavy it looks like it's falling. But as umpires tend to do, umpires more than any other type of person carry umbrellas as if just to make a point and remind everyone it's raining. You know?
Yeah, they really do. There is nobody with an umbrella. Oh, there's a couple of presenters down here, but we know how soft they can be. And then, you know, we've got the umpires going, it's raining, get your umbrella out.
Yeah, who is that down there under the umbrella? Is that Melanie Jones?
There's a Mel Jones and there is a...
Oh, it's Alan Wilkins.
Alan Wilkins.
He's actually got someone holding his umbrella.
Well...
Which is a whole different level. It is raining pretty hard and the covers are coming on here. And that may just be precautionary. It may just be a little bit of a, you know, let's get the basic covers out there just to see if this drifts past. But there's a bit behind. What I would say is the rain that is coming, it comes down and then there's a little bit of a gap again. So whether we will get the thing is we need 10 overs.
Yeah.
10 overs takes how long approximately? It's about 40 minutes probably, isn't it? It's 40, 45 minutes, about that realistically. You can bowl spin of course, but then the batting side, they can find that their shoelaces have been greased during the, you know, there are all those things that you can just slow things down a little bit. So I think here, there could be trouble for Australia. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they could as well, and it's frustrating for Australia because it's a very evenly poised total that they've scored, so they'll be fairly confident going into the second innings. We saw Meg Lanning, she smacked her bat on her pad. She was really disappointed with the last couple of overs there, but I think this is a very even game.
I agree. I think there's the... if this is the last of the action we see, I'm hugely disappointed because actually this is set up so well, isn't it? You've got 2 sides that will feel that they're in the game, a total that is gettable but also defendable, and you've got the ultimate prize in place in a World Cup final in front of however many thousand at the MCG on Sunday. For Australia, that prospect is just such a wonderful one, and in some ways, from the neutral point of view, an Australia-India final in front of a big crowd will be the greater spectacle because of the number of people there. For South Africa, the chance of a World Cup final, of course, is a wonderful one, and you could not begrudge them for a moment getting there, and what an achievement it would be.
It would be amazing, wouldn't it? And this 135 that they need to win is definitely a score that they can get. They've got the batters, you know, Hadlaz Ali has had 100 in this tournament. Yes, it was against Thailand, but you've still got to score the runs, you know. 100 is 100. She's had a World T20 100. I mean, not many people can say that.
Certainly not your eye, Alex, I'm afraid. Let's go through this card then. It was a quick start from Australia with 34 put on for the first wicket. That fell in the 5th over. Alyssa Healy caught by Van Niekerk at mid-wicket off the bowling of Kaka for 18. Beth Mooney played really nicely for her 28 before Nadine de Klerk took her first wicket. Ripping leg stump out of the ground. Jess Jonathan pushed up the order to bat at 4, was caught by Shabni Mishmael off the bowling of Malaba, launching it down the ground. Didn't quite get enough on it, and that saw Australia 69 for 3 in the 10th over. Ash Gardner didn't hang around for long, bowled, caught behind, I should say, off the bowling of de Klerk without scoring. Second ball, and Rachel Haynes, the final wicket to fall in the innings, bowled by de Klerk for 17 at the start of the 17th over. Carey finished 7 not out, but it was Meg Lanning, the captain, who, as we mentioned that statistic, an average in finals and semi-finals in T20 cricket of over 45. What a performer she is, what a player she is, and leading from the front for Australia. In terms of the bowling, standout figures for Nadine de Klerk, who came into this side in place of Marizanne Kapp, who misses out with a virus. 4 overs, 3 wickets for just 19 runs. The best economy out of any of the bowlers, and those 3 wickets as well. A wicket as well for Kaka, 4 overs, 1 for 29, and Malaba, 3 overs, 1 for 18. Van Niekerk's 2 overs went for 20 runs. So that is the state of play here at the SCG. It is raining steadily, not hugely hard. I can see plenty of people out there without umbrellas. There's a few just mushrooming up amongst the green seats around the ground, but it's not anything like the torrential rain that we had earlier. But the state of play is, when it's raining, you're not getting back out there. It needs to stop if we are going to see a resumption in play, and South Africa trying to chase down that 135. We will be back for, hopefully, and I really mean that, I really hope we do get to see the South African innings in due course. But here are the highlights of Australia's 20 overs with the bat.
The Women's T20 World Cup.
We're about to get underway. Shabni Mishmael will bowl to Alyssa Healy. Healy drives and misses first ball. Ishmael bowls to Alyssa Healy. Short outside the off stump. She clubs it over the top of extra cover. Few bounces away for 4 in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Ishmael over the wicket, bowls short. Mooney pulls it wide of mid on, and the ball's going to... probably not racing away, but it is going to roll away for 4 past Chloe Tryon. So a boundary for Mooney. Ishmael bowls to Healy, slip in place, driven down the ground. Tryon tries to field it with a feet again. Misses it by 5 metres. She was no chance anyway, and it races away that time for 4 through long off. Malaba bowls to Healy, goes straight down the ground, lofts it away past Tryon for 4. Great shot by Lisa Healy. Into Healy, well flighted. Healy clubs it back past the bowler, past the diving mid off for 4. At one point you thought it might be a caught and bowl, but the ball rocketed off Lisa Healy's bat, and she's 18 off 11, and she's coming in the medium pace, and a Mooney dances down the pitch and hits her best shot of the night. Carves it away through covers for 4. So Kaka bowls, well pitched up. Healy goes to mid-wicket, out. Sane Barbika takes the catch, and Kaka strikes for South Africa. 34 for 1. Alyssa Healy is out for 18.
Van Niekerk into the attack, the captain for the first time, bowling to Beth Mooney. Swept hard and finds the gap for 4. Racing away, Mooney sweeping past the 2 fielders. 43 for 1 is the score. Van Niekerk to Mooney. Down the track she comes, drives gloriously through the covers. Fabulous shot from Mooney. It hits the ropes now. 4 more runs to Australia. The right-handed Lanning gives herself a bit of space, chips it in the air, chips it down the ground for 6.
Wow, that signals Lanning's intent tonight. What a shot that was.
Right arm over the wicket, hammered into the leg side. That's going to be 4. Behind square from Lanning. It was on her hips, and she just said, yep, thank you, I'll have that. 68 for 1. Next balls. Mooney comes down the track. De Klerk gets through, and the fireworks ignite. 68 for 2. Beth Mooney goes for 28. A big, big wicket. And South African celebrations tell you all you need to know, because they know Beth Mooney could have taken this game away from them. Malava, left arm spin. And this is hit hard down the ground. Could be a chance for a catch. Ishmael runs in, steadies herself, catches the ball. Jess Jonathan goes for 1. Ishmael takes the catch at long on. And Malaba strikes for the first ball of her second over. Australia 69 for 3.
And she's on her way to Gardner. Yet to get off the mark. There's an appeal for catch behind, and she's out. Ash Gardner out for a second ball duck. And all of a sudden the scoreboard looks a little ugly for the host nation. Australia 71 for 4. Malaba to Lanning comes down the track, lofts it over the covers for 4. Great shot by Meg Lanning. She's 31, Australia 4 for 92.
Triumph digs the ball in, swept away hard, could run away to the ropes, chase on, really good stop in the deep. That's excellent work from Mignon Dupree. She's one of the best in the business. 100 up for Australia. Haynes is waiting, keeper crouches, falls up. Big swing from Rachel Haynes. And once again, those fireworks go up in front of us. A third wicket for Nadine de Klerk. Celebrations for South Africa. Australia 103 for 5. Carr bowling down the leg side, swept away. Could that run to the ropes? No, the ball slows up again. Tryon won't catch it though, does just get down there. Carr, right arm over to Lanning. Full toss, smashed away. You can't bowl there. That's going to be a one bounce 4. Over backward point. Horrible delivery. Carr, that's a better ball. Driven through the offside. Beats the dive of the fielder. Should run away for 4. Ball is going to win that race. Yep, 4 runs. Carr. Finish the innings. Lanning on strike, 1-3-3 for 5. Full delivery, hit hard into the leg side. Decent connection, probably just the 1 run. They'll turn for 2. There won't be a second. It's 134 for 5. If we get there, South Africa will require 135 runs for a place in the World Cup final.
The Women's T20 World Cup on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Tired of constantly feeling responsible for having ruined the planet? Well, now there's a fresh new product that you put in your ears that may help reduce your level of environmental guilt. Introducing Little Green Pod. Little Green Pod is a snack-sized podcast with realistic tips to gradually green you up. Little Green Pod is easy to digest, but packed with simple, logical steps to help you live just a little bit lighter. Little Green Pod. It's free on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ball shot, struck it nicely, stand and deliver and smack it for 6.
The Women's T20 World Cup on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Welcome back to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Henry Moran with you on ABC Grandstand and 5 Live Sports Extra. It is T20 World Cup semi-final day. We've seen one washout to put India in the World Cup final to be played at the MCG on Sunday. Are we going to see another one? We've seen one innings of this game, 20 overs. 134 for 5 is what Australia scored, with Meg Lanning playing a brilliant innings, 49 at a runner ball. But the rain is falling, and it's falling quite hard. Looking at the radar, we expected this. We knew sun was coming. How long it'll last for, I don't know. The question also is how long it'll take the ground staff to clear this up and whether there will be time for 10 overs in South Africa's innings. That's what's required. It's not like many other T20 matches where you require 5 overs to get a game completed. You have a revised total with Duckworth-Lewis and one thing and another. It is 10 overs to constitute a game. So that is what is needed. And we need the rain to stop first of all, or there's no hope of the players getting back out there. Alex Hartley, the World Cup winner with England in 2017, is alongside me. And you may have heard during the commentary where we were discussing, Alex, the favourite score that I have in cricket, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is, it just always makes me smile. And you came up with your own Australian version of it. And LA Candy gets in touch, because I had great fun in the fact that we both got in a complete muddle about it, and particularly you. And as he says LA Candy, I think Alex Hartley's doing herself down here on Test Match Special on ABC Grandstand. The Australian version of the perfect score would be 321 for 5, or in Australian, 5 for 3, 2, 1. Exactly what she said.
Yes!
I demand a full apology from Henry Moran by the end of the coverage. Consider this that apology, Alex.
Yes.
You were spot on, and not for the first time during this trip. I have been made to look rather foolish, but that's fine because a role I will merrily leap into, and that is exactly the right answer. So many congratulations. You have never looked more happy.
I mean, my quick thinking was too quick for myself.
Yeah. I mean, we were all lost. It's just inexplicably we were at the end of it found. Right, this is what I was waiting for. It's been delivered to us. The Duckworth-Lewis sheet. It gets sent round always during matches in the innings break. You get delivered the Duckworth-Lewis sheet, and it tells you exactly what we can expect and what it all means, and at what point in the innings, if the innings is called off, South Africa would need to be. Normally you just get what they need at the end of the over, but here we've got an extended DL sheet, which is actually across 2 pages, Alex, which tells us where they need to be at every single delivery. So say, if this match was to reach its conclusion the conclusion it needs to, which should be the end of the 10th over, South Africa would need to be 56 without loss, or if they were 2 wickets down, 59 for 2, say, right up to 124 for 9. So it'll work its way out like that. That's what we need as a bare minimum. 10 overs, and potentially South Africa, provided they don't lose a wicket, would need to be 56 without loss, or 57 for 1, or 59 for 2, and then the adjustments are made as you go through the rest of the innings, depending on how much we get, if indeed we get any more play.
I have never seen one of these before, and it is very confusing, isn't it? This just a page full of numbers.
It is, but they are crucial numbers.
So we only actually need this first bit here.
Yes. So we need... The key detail here is 10 overs are required. That is approximately, by my calculations, 40 minutes worth of play. About that, 45 minutes of play if you were to bowl a fair few spinners in there. And South Africa would have to reach whatever total is required by the Duckworth-Lewis sheet, according to how many wickets down they would be at that point. So that is what we're looking out for. But again, we've just got to hope that we get some play. That's the question that's in front of us, because at the moment the rain is falling. It's perhaps just a little bit lighter than it was 5-10 minutes or so ago, but the other challenge we have now, of course, is with the sun having set, it's quite hard to see what's coming. We can only tell you what's exactly above the SCG, and at the moment it's reasonably heavy rain.
It is reasonably heavy, but the ground staff are mopping up still, so that would suggest they think it's going to stop raining sometime soon, or they just want to look like they're being positive and trying to get Australia out there to try their best to get them to this World Cup final.
Well, the ground sheet's this big square sheet that goes across the square in the middle. There's one umpire standing. It's Gregory Brathwaite out there standing underneath a blue and white ICC umbrella. And a member of the ground staff is wheeling a little mini super sopper around that's just getting a little bit of that surface of water up from the bowler's run-ups around the ground. There's a few umbrellas, but it's not. I don't think out there, if you're out there walking in it, it's not the sort of rain that will get you absolutely soaked. How did you describe it on your way to the ground today?
It's not that wet rain. So earlier we had wet rain. This doesn't look like wet rain.
I know sort of what you're saying. Andrew Moore is going to join us. Andrew, do you get what Alex is saying when she says it doesn't look like that kind of wet rain?
I think you could have just left the question at, do you get what Alex says? Now, the wet rain. Do you know the worst thing? Maybe it's because I've spent a lot of time with you over the last 3 weeks, Alex. I do kind of get it, even though the words make no sense. Zero.
This is you realise you're entering a very dangerous... I'm so glad it's near the end of the tournament, Andrew, so you can get back to some sort of equilibrium. If you're starting to talk in partly terms.
That very thought has made me pull out of any thoughts of going to the final now. I'm done after you.
I quite like bringing people down to my level, and I feel like I'm slowly but surely doing that with you all.
You got me, I promise you. I love that you think that there's a dry rain, because you did explain to me that some days you can walk around in the rain and not get wet.
Not get that wet.
That wet.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, and it is that sort of rain at the moment. It's sort of miserly, misty kind of rain. It's not that heavy stuff that's making big puddles on the outfield that we had earlier on today. And we've seen already that when it stops, it doesn't take them long to get play going.
That's been remarkable, hasn't it? I think you said, Alex, in the pre-game show, it was almost like we were at a different ground. The way that the puddles had so quickly been dried off, and so quickly was this ground ready to play, and this grounds crew have done the exact same thing in the recent BBL final, which has been quite remarkable. But this is the annoying kind of rain, isn't it, for spectators and players? Because if you were out there playing, this may not necessarily be hard enough to get you off the field, but until the rain stops, this innings can't start. So we're not going to know. I mean, thankfully, you can try and decipher all those Duckworth-Lewis pages that have been reamed out to us. Other than that, the problem is, I'd love to know, Alex, what's going on in the rooms. I honestly believe, looking from afar, that the fact the game started at all surprised South Africa more than it did Australia.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Really slow to get their warm-up going. So now they've got I think in these conditions, that's a super competitive run chase, 135. To me, that's like 145 or 150 in normal conditions. So it's a really tough run chase for them. Not that they can't do it, of course, but it's a tough one. So now they're looking at this thinking, are we back? Are we already in Melbourne now? It's been a weird day for them, especially. It's
going to be really tough on the Sappers, but they have to go about this. We're going to play. We have to score these runs. Because if they switch off now, they could quite easily find themselves 30 for 3, and at that stage the game's completely gone.
The other point, of course, is it required 20 overs to be played in this match to constitute a game. We've seen 20 overs.
You made this point earlier in the day, didn't you? Why not play 10 overs each? That's one bend of the rules too far. A couple of people in the media box just 10 minutes ago were saying the same thing. Had we done that, maybe we got a result, but not the game of cricket that was written in the rules, I suppose. Look, everyone's been here for so darn long. We just want to see a result, don't we, one way or the other. Obviously, the Australian fans are desperate for Australia to win, especially perhaps as England are out and India is through to the final. And I think so many people would love to see Australia-India in the final now.
What would it mean to Australia and sport and women's sport in Australia if they're there in that final at the MCG?
I think it would be huge to have that sort of crowd at an event. The last 2 years in particular, I've covered a lot of women's cricket for the first time ever, and I thoroughly enjoy the cricket. But you're more often than not creating your own atmosphere. There's no atmosphere at games. And the opening night of this World Cup, 13,500 at the Sydney Showgrounds, there was a legitimate atmosphere. It was wonderful. And I haven't experienced that at women's cricket before. So to me, that was great. Tonight promised to have a really good atmosphere as well, other than the weather. I think to play a game, a final at the MCG, to create that much broad interest, even outside those people who attend that amazing ground, would be huge. I don't think it'll be devastating for the progress of the sport if Australia's not there, because I think enough groundwork has been laid and the Australian team has had enough success over the last 5 or 6 years in particular that I don't think there'll be any devastating effect against Australian women's cricket if they're not there, but I think the buoy to it would be huge, obviously, to be there.
I think if Australia make it, they sell out the MCG, they win the World Cup at home, it will just be credit to Cricket Australia for all the money they've put into Australian women's cricket over the past 10 years, because they have been real supporters of women's cricket and backed women's cricket from 10 years ago, and they've built such a strong pathway now. The talent is really starting to show in Australia, and for them to play a home World Cup and win would just be a huge credit.
I spoke to a very frustrated Sophie Devine during a really unsuccessful limited overs tour for New Zealand of Australia at the end of last summer, and she was basically saying after they'd been well beaten, how can we compete? New Zealand cricket don't put any money into our sport. Now that has started to change at a minuscule level, and when you talk about the impact of Australia making a final, to me the biggest impact is India making the final, whether they win or lose on the weekend, because there's been so much talk about a women's IPL, how much money the very rich the Indian Cricket Board is going to put into the women's game. To have it on the world stage like it will have would be, I think, the most enormous result for women's cricket around the world. Now, I'm just getting to be... Okay, the latest restart time is 9:49, which is only 37 minutes away. That would ensure we complete the minimum 10 overs of South Africa batting to constitute a match. So we've got 37 minutes. I would venture to say this rain needs to be stopped in 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, I would give a similar assessment to that. You look, it's glowing. It's light rain, but it's still there, and they can't start really the full clear-up job until it's stopped properly, because...
You know the frustrating thing, Henry?
Go on.
It's a dry rain.
It's a very dry rain. It's the driest rain I think we've seen all day, probably. In terms of India and their progress in the World Game, Alex, you played in that final in 2017 where India got so close to winning that World Cup, and it would have been an extraordinary achievement and a huge change for them. But there's always been that sense that they needed to capitalise on that momentum, and if they can win this World Cup, it's huge for India, and tends to be what happens with India drags the world game along as well. You look at the IPL and how the other leagues sprouted up around the world, the BBL, the 100 now in England. And if women's cricket could take off even more in India on the back of a tournament win like this, it could be huge for the women's game and for the greater good in the long term.
Oh, definitely. I mean, after that 2017 World Cup, that's where they started doing the trial IPL games. You know, we started off with 3 teams, we've now got 5. The BCCI actually gave the Indian cricket girls £50,000 each for making the World Cup final and losing. You know, so that the money is there for them to pump into Indian cricket, and I think winning a world tournament in Australia, you know, will just fast forward things, because, you know, I think if India win, then the BCCI go, right, we've got an unbelievable team here, let's capitalise on that, and let's just do everything we can to get women's cricket in India.
And you think of the boost to the women's game. For mine, the WBBL, and I know I've got bias because that's the one I see every summer. It is far and away the best T20 tournament in the world, and players come from around the world to play in it. If you can have one that rivals that, if not goes beyond it, how good would that be for the game?
If we have a women's IPL, will that stop the Indian cricketers being able to come and play in other domestic competitions? Because with the men, no Indian cricketers can come over to England, to Australia to play in the Big Bash, to play in the 100.
You'd hope not, because it is such an important part of the development of the women's game that allows...
Self-defeating, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, and if you think about the strength of the Australian team in the last few years and the talent that has come through, someone like Taylor Vlemick, who has cut her teeth in cricket by playing against the world's best in the Women's Big Bash League, actually you develop the whole game when you have all of the world's best playing against all of the world's... everyone playing against everyone. It really sort of builds the whole competition and makes a real sort of boost to everybody from the ground up, and it'd be a real shame if we didn't see that. And if we just see out there, perhaps...
Get back inside, girls. It's still raining.
Australia's...
I love that. They've come out. They're ready to play.
Australia are standing on the boundary edge. They're going through some little warm-up. I'm surprised they aren't slapping on sun cream and wearing their sunglasses and saying, I don't know what you're complaining.
I'd love to see them run out and just stand by the square.
It's still raining. I know they are desperate to get out there. The supporters around the ground are desperate to get out there. Nicola Carey, I can see, is looking up at the umpire's room with her arms outstretched, saying, well, why aren't we playing? Well, Nicola, it's raining, and I'm sorry.
That's fabulous, though.
You can't, because
that's theatre.
Those are the rules, and look, they've been... I think you could turn to your old enemies in the England dressing room and say, well, we're not such big fans of the rules at the moment either, and it's frustrating. And look, there's now a little bit of a stroll down from the Australian team towards that dugout at the far end. They're getting some of their warm-up kit out. They're just desperate to get out. Of course they are.
To me, that's Australian sense of humour, though. That's a bit sarcastic. They're having a laugh at it. Equally desperate to get out there. I've said this before, but working with the Australian coach Matthew Mott through the WBBL season, talking about, has there ever been a national side under so much pressure to make a final as this team to make this final this year at the MCG, with all the talk when the Katy Perry announcement came, and Motty was quite honest about that, said, I couldn't be happier. That guarantees 30,000 inside the gate. Before we start worrying about sellouts and everything else, there's 30,000 guaranteed. But so much expectation. This summer started at the end of September when Australia played Sri Lanka in 3 T20s at North Sydney and then 3 one-day games in Brisbane, and Australia flogged a really ordinary Sri Lankan team, it's got to be said. But the talk about this tournament and this moment now was quite substantial then.
Was the feeling when it was announced MCG, International Women's Day, sell out the MCG, or was the feeling, because I certainly looking from afar, the sense was it was, well, who's going to play Australia in that final?
I think so. And Australia was a short price favourite coming in. Their form recently is outstanding. They were great in the Ashes. They dominated the West Indies in the Caribbean. But the fact is, this is a new tournament, and some of these other elite teams have lifted.
Can I just point out that Meg Lanning is currently probably, in her mind, going through all of the emotions of an international athlete that can see the biggest moment of her career perhaps evaporating before her. She is signing autographs, taking selfies with supporters in front of the members' pavilion there, and I do not think you can give enough credit to her. What an ambassador for the sport.
Oh, she really is. She's a fantastic captain, and she's an even better person. Meg Lanning is just a wonderful human being who is all for making people happy. She wants to, Australia to be the best team in the world, which they are at the minute. She's just a wonderful human.
But you think what's going through their minds now too, because they know they're the favourites. They know the weight of expectation has been there, and they know the responsibility when everyone talks about potentially selling out the Melbourne Cricket Ground for a final. These are individual human beings. They will be devastated if they can't get there, whether it's through rain or anything else, because they'll look back on that opening night loss to India as the players are still out there jogging around, trying to stay warm. But unfortunately, they're still very still out, aren't they? The ground crew and the umpires under the umbrellas. Again, it's a mist. If that, it's very light. But that doesn't matter. If it missed for another 20, 30 minutes, this is over.
Matthew Mott, the Australian coach.
Yeah, I just spotted
He's
that.
out there, isn't he? He's talking to the umpires.
He's going, come on, let's just start in the rain.
Motty would be too.
Sorry, Motty.
Are you kidding me? Let's play. It's beautiful.
Motty, it's raining. Rules are rules, pal.
That's true words from an English person after what happened earlier today.
He's walking back a little bit slowly, a little bit gingerly, it has to be said, back to the boundary edge where Australia beyond the boundary. They look like it's about to start in 3 minutes. They're stretching, loosening up, bowling.
Well, do you know the one thing, Henry? If the umpires come to them, Meg Lanning won't be saying we need more time. She'll be saying, let's go, beautiful. I wonder how the Indians, what are they doing tonight? Are they still here? Have they gone back having a massage at the hotel, sitting in a spa, watching all of this unfold? Because they're there. They're unbeaten. They advance without any chance of injury tonight. They get through with a washout. And they are going to have a huge support base no matter who they play on Sunday night. That must be the best feeling ever for them.
Oh, definitely. I mean, India there'll be some players that have gone home and decided we're not even going to watch the game, we're going to completely switch off, have the evening away from cricket, we'll come back tomorrow, we'll travel, we'll train, ready to hit the ground running on Sunday. There'll also be some players that will be eagerly watching this game because they want to know how people cope under pressure, where people are going to be batting. We saw that Jess Jonathan was up the order today, which will have thrown people. Go on, Henry, you're pointing, you're looking.
I think it stopped.
Still there's just moisture in the air. It's nearly stopped. I'm just looking up against the floodlights and there's just a hint. However, there is now movement with the grounds crew. The magical rope is out and about in the outfield and it can do super things in a very quick space of time. The South Africans are just going, are you kidding me? It's stopping? Really? And Dane van Niekerk will get ready to open the batting out there. But I think for the first time since the rain started, there's reason to be some sort of optimism that we're going to get more cricket.
There are. The ground staff have got the magical rope out, but the covers are still on. They don't look like they're that interested in taking them off at this very moment in time. It's not what you'd say is raining. It's just almost like a fog, like a very...
Here we go, another partly magical moment.
A very slight mist.
It is. It's nothing. It's barely that. And the rain, looking at the radar, it's gone. We've just nudged past it. That dance is just, there's no need for that sort of dance anymore.
I just want to see cricket. This has been a long, frustrating day.
Has been a long, you can't rule out seeing some more. There's no sense that the ground sheet's going to be moved. What was that time that we had to be playing by?
9:49. 9:49.
9:49.
And it's now 9:21 local time.
So we've got 28 minutes to be playing again for a 10-over-a-side match.
Do you know psychologically, Henry, this is what annoys me? I want to see that umpire with the umbrella down. The fact he's still got it up is bad news.
You won't see that umbrella coming down.
Take it down, umpy!
If you've seen umpires around the world game, as we said earlier, they tend to just wait with that umbrella up.
You summed that up so beautifully at the end of that inning. That is so true what you're saying about umpires and weather and the way they click into about 4 different gears very, very quickly when they had the chance to take total control.
Yep. But at the moment, is it raining? Really? There is no way you would not be playing and continuing to play if you're already out there.
The umpire is the only human in the ground with an umbrella up currently.
No, there's a gentleman over there, grey umbrella. He's not doing his. Well, unless he's a South Africa supporter, he's not helping his compatriots in the slightest.
Wouldn't you love to see? I mean, you'll have an insight to this, Alex, but this is where me, as just a fan, would love to be a fly on the wall in the rooms, or what the Australians are talking about out there, what the South Africans are talking about. Because while we speculate up here, not having a clue whether it's going to keep mizzling or not, whether it's going to be wet rain or dry rain, the players are doing the exact same thing themselves.
Yeah, well, as players, you don't know yourselves either. So the fielding side have to prepare like they could go on at any moment. Yes, it's going to take 10-15 minutes to get the covers off at the least. I know we heard earlier it would take an hour to mop up, but there's been nowhere near as much rain as that, so I can't imagine it taking that long. Well, we don't have
10
that
to
long.
15 minutes, you'd guess. Probably, isn't it? So you need to be... I think we've probably got 15 minutes before we see serious clear-up is taking place. And at the moment, it's sort of...
This would drive me insane if they don't get back on the field with this.
It's here come the umpires, right.
And the covers are coming off. Yes, but Umpy out there still got his umbrella up.
He does.
Here come the covers, the cheer of the crowd.
Listen to that crowd. And the Australians immediately in their green, gold and black uniforms.
They're coming on, Henry.
They're ready. It's pretty much stopped. And
the umpires still have umbrellas, not up, the two officiating, but they're taking them out there and the hats aren't on.
The other thing to point out here is, yes, we're desperate to see a game, and Australia in particular are desperate to get out there. It has to be safe.
Yeah, it's safe. It's beautiful.
No, it's not safe. You can see where they're mopping up there. There's so much water that's just come off the covers. They do have to make sure they do a proper job of cleaning this up. Having said that, we had so much rain earlier and they did a fantastic job of mopping it up.
So it's 9:24 now. So they start at 9:35. How many overs is that? 11 over chase? Is it a 12 over chase?
Probably about 13.
13 over chase?
So who's in the better position here? Now it's rain. I never understand Duckworth Lewis as a player. I just crack on and say, let's just stay ahead of the Duckworth Lewis. But as a
Easy to say number 11.
Oh, as if we're bowling.
Yeah, yeah.
As a bowling side.
Oh, gotcha.
But who is in the driving seat here? Is it South Africa because they haven't lost a wicket, or is it Australia?
Well, South Africa's run chase will get larger for every wicket they lose. So if you look at the 5 over mark there, and at no wickets down, well, no, it's got to be 10 overs anyway, doesn't it? What do they need to be at 10 overs?
So at 10 overs, if they're no wickets down, they only need to be 56.
All right, if they're 2 wickets down.
59.
Okay, there's not much difference. So in that case, I'd say South Africa heavily in the box seat.
Okay.
Given that there's a 3-run differential for 2 wickets, that doesn't seem right.
It seems just fine to me.
Oh, no.
Still those ropes being dragged around between those two tractors. The Hessian matting that's across the actual pitch is still in place, and the ground staff doing that very complicated process where they fold up the big white tarpaulin, and in doing so trying not to deposit a load of water all over the square, and particularly in a place where it's going to be a lot harder to clear up. They look like they've done a pretty good job at that. Everywhere you look, Australian fielders are running around and going through their various drills, getting ready to come back out there. They know that their existence in this tournament hangs by the slightest of threads. Here comes that matting to reveal the pitch. And so we are another step closer, perhaps, to seeing a resumption in play. The umpires are discussing things. They'll know the pressure that is on to get a game playing.
Is there any other sport, Henry, where there's so much anticipation? You're describing what's happening with the covers almost like it's the last over of the World Cup final, because there's so much tension about what happens next.
There is so much at stake. There is potentially, for these Australian cricketers that are out there at the moment, as I said about Meg Lanning a moment ago signing those autographs, this is their date with destiny. It's the time that they have been speaking about for years. It is the home tournament that for some of them will be the only opportunity at such as a major ICC event. Meg Lanning is having a conversation with the umpires, I think, saying
something just surprised it, didn't it?
Something just surprised that. I think the umpires have agreed a restart time, would be my guess. And the restart time, alongside what South Africa's target will be, is, I imagine, what has led to Meg Lanning saying, "Ooh, are you sure?"
Yes. So is that, we're getting that many overs in, or is that all they need?
Something like
that. Be one of those two.
I mean, I'm just slightly concerned, worried, confused. Where are the South Africans? So you can see the Australians warming up. They're obviously really, really eager to... Oh, here they are. They've got the pads and the bats on, but they're still in the dugout. They're still thinking...
They're in the shadows.
There's a bit of moisture in the air. Why are we going back out?
But yeah, for the Australian players, just to finish that point, they will be so desperate to play because this is potentially the biggest moment of their careers, their lives, their everything. They've, in the same way, Alex, you'll know from 2017, that day in July at Lord's, it will be forever the moment that you can hang on to whatever happens in your life and say, I was there, I was part of that. And for these Australian players, they can see that opportunity being taken away from them.
Yeah, well, as a child in England, you grow up wanting to play in a home World Cup and play a World Cup final at Lord's, and that will forever be the best day of my life. So I really, really do feel for the Australians here, because equally, if they win a home World Cup at the MCG, it will be the best day of a lot of these girls' lives.
Did you just get tingles thinking about that moment again?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I imagine you will for the rest of your life, any time that comes up again. An amazing memory, as you say, to play a final at Lord's. Any child interested remotely in cricket as a fan or player, that's the dream.
Yeah, and it means more as a. I'm not saying it doesn't mean as much to the men, but as a woman, I've never played at Lord's before. I've never had the opportunity. Quite often, men's domestic cricket, they'll play at Lord's. So the men who've gone to Lord's, they'll have played cricket there before. But that was actually my first ever time of going to Lord's, was playing in the World Cup final. I remember just a week before the World Cup started, Mark Robinson had to take us to Lord's, and we did the tour of Lord's to try and get a feel for it, because quite a few of us had never been before and we didn't want to be overwhelmed by the occasion.
And for these Australian players, yes, there's the pressure and all the expectation, but they would do anything to be there. They wouldn't want to miss that. They wouldn't want to miss any element of being at the MCG on Sunday and playing in front of however many thousand, and it'll be a huge crowd, whatever happens. And you will know better than any of us, Alex, what it means to a cricketer to have that, especially a women's cricketer, for whom these days are rarer.
Yeah, they are rarer, and also we want to break records. We want to be the best we can be for the younger children growing up, for the young girls and boys. We want young girls to grow up having watched us play cricket and go, I want to be a professional cricketer.
Alex, I'll tell you a moment. It was in the WBBL. There was a doubleheader at Drummoyne, and the Sydney Sixers beat the Sydney Thunder. And Elise Perry came into the broadcast box for an interview, and what we knew and she didn't was that a group of, I think they were 9-year-old girls, had driven from Maitland in a bus. That's a good 2.5-hour drive to watch Elise Perry in that Elise Perry T-shirt. So at the end of this long-form interview with Elise Perry, we mentioned, have you heard about these girls, including the birthday girl who loves you, who comes all the way from Maitland? There were about 9 or 10 of them. And as, ironically, we're telling her the story, and Elise didn't know that, they've come out right in front of our box, which is right at ground level, and unbeknownst to us, they're doing a bit of a TV thing. And the birthday girl looked into our broadcast box and saw Elise Perry and burst into tears, as you would have done seeing the Beatles back in the day, had you been around back then. It was amazing, and it really took Elise Perry by surprise. And I said, enough of us, go out there. And she ran out there and hugged them all, and especially sought out the birthday girl, who was really emotional about it all. And it was something that I have not seen in the women's game before, and it was a real eye-opener that kids, girls and boys, had decided and asked mum and dad to get a bus and come 2.5 hours to watch Elise Perry play. Yeah,
it's weird. As a female cricketer, we're still getting used to moments like that in the men's world, and it happens all the time. I remember a similar situation happened to me down in Taunton last year. 2 young girls had driven down from Manchester. So I got called up for the last ODI game in Taunton. I can't remember when it was, might have been the year before. And they heard that I was playing, or could have been playing, I was in the squad. So they drove all the way down from Manchester to Taunton to come and watch me play. And
that's a lot. That's 4.5 hours.
Wow,
it's a long way.
So you've seen my Maitland and Risbon.
No, I haven't. I only
no, but that's
girls.
amazing, isn't it?
It's and they wrote a letter to the dressing room attendant saying, please can you go and get Alex Hartley? And I just thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take them a shirt, I'm going to take them a cap, because they might never get to see me play cricket again.
Oh, I think that's remarkable. And it's something that players are going to have to get used to, because they're thankfully going to see that more and more often.
Yeah, we might not have enough shirts if we get too many people watching to give away.
Well, still the Australian players are on the boundary edge waiting to get going. The
restart, Henry, is at 9:40. The target, 98 of 13 overs. So I reckon that reaction from Meg Lanning was, oh, wow, okay, 13 overs. I think that's more than she anticipated.
Hold on a minute.
98 to win off 13.
98 off 13?
Well, we've been given a Duckworth-Lewis sheet that says at 13 overs, South Africa would need to be 98 for 7.
There you go. Is there any difference in Duckworth-Lewis between wickets 7, 8, 9?
Well, 98 in 13 overs.
That seems quite steep to me.
That's going to be a tough chase.
No wonder she seems so happy.
So that was the reaction, wasn't it? I think that was, okay, cool.
98 off 13, that can't be right. I mean, it is right, they've come up with it, but from our Duckworth-Lewis sheet, it's...
So the required rate, I'll just do this off the top of my head, 7.53846,154 and over.
Well, if the rain doesn't come, I'm struggling to see South Africa get that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to put Chloe Tryon further up the order, in my opinion, and please stop dancing in the corner of my eye.
Alex, I just call this karma and revenge.
Oh, what?
Hey, the game is
karma
not over yet, Andrew.
No, look, it's going to be interesting. I'm glad we got 13 overs instead of 10. I don't know how much difference there is. It has to be slather and wax from South Africa. Henry, you look bemused and confused by the target.
I am a little bit, because it seems a lot of runs in not very long time, because South Africa originally had 20 overs to score 135, and now they've got 7 less overs to score 37 less runs. That's...
sounds very fair to me.
Well, I know it sounds fair to you. I'm trying to look at the bigger picture. I mean, look,
I don't begin
they've worked it out. I don't know how they've worked it out, of course they have. But it will seem to South Africa a tough prospect.
It's Duckworth-Lewis, and there's another chap involved too, isn't it?
Stern.
Maybe
the
it's
forgotten Beatle. Stern.
So the players gathering on the boundary edge. The stumps are in place. The heat is on.
My ice cream is melting.
Oh, no. There's no sign of Alex Blackwell, so you're in trouble. Well, let's make an executive decision. Henry, you do the first 6 overs, and I'll come in after that, eh?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Sounds good.
Andrew Moore will call Australia either to a World Cup final or a memorable South African victory, or the rain will come again and it'll see South Africa through. I'm looking at the radar at the moment. I think that we might be okay. I think the weather is going to play ball, and considering the interruptions we've had, that we're going to get a game in any sense is a remarkable thing. Nicola Carey takes a high catch from the coach Matthew Mott. Australia's fielders prepare for what will be 13 overs of high intensity, high pressure World Cup cricket, and about as intense and as high pressure as it possibly gets.
I'm nervous. And I don't know why, but I am. I don't know whether I'm nervous because my ice cream's melting or I'm nervous for this game of cricket. But no, I am. It's going to be a good game. I feel a bit for South Africa because 98 seems a bit steep.
So, in terms of more regulations, 98 from 13 overs we know. Power play, that lasts for 4 overs. 3 bowlers can bowl 3 overs, 2 bowlers can bowl 2. So that is the way that the innings will work. 98 from 13 overs. Lizelle Lee will be at the top of the order alongside Danae van Niekerk. A South African side without Marizanne Kapp. She misses the game through illness. Chloe Tryon, as you say, you would expect to go up the order and will potentially bat a little bit higher. Australia without the services of Elise Perry. So there's various little elements in all of this, Alex, that are going to make this interesting, and it's going to be fascinating to see who responds best. But I fear for South Africa, I have to be honest.
Yeah, I do as well, and I think Australia are so fired up for this. They've been out here for 20 minutes already. They've warmed up in the rain. They are ready for this. We haven't seen the South African batters, whether or not they're just keeping their calm, trying to relax, try and get in the zone. For me, Australia look like they're the team that are most up for this chase.
Yeah, they look like the side that realise they've been given another life when they weren't expecting it, and they're not going to let this opportunity slip. To me, that is just looking at the body language of the Australian fielders. There is backslapping, there are smiles. I just wonder, now they come together for the huddle, and I wonder what Meg Lanning's saying. You know her better than I do. As a captain, what's she like? How does she lead her team when you're out in the middle and you hear her talking?
Oh, she's very calm. She's probably one of the calmest captains in world cricket. We quite often when you're sat up in the commentary box or in the stands as a fan, you can see some captains throw their arms in the air and they get really irate with their players, get really eggy with their players. The likes of Meg Lanning, Heather Knight, you just never see that with them. They're so calm. She'll have her plans in place, but she's equally she's adaptable and she'll go with the conditions.
I should just say for our ABC listeners, if you're in Perth and wondering where you can hear the NBL final between the Wildcats and the Taipans, you can stream it on the ABC Listen app on the Grandstand Extra button, and we'll take you there once the cricket is over. Here comes the Australian fielding unit, the umpires as well. The pitch is exposed, the stumps are in. The South African openers crouch at the boundary edge. A little word and a prayer from Danae van Niekerk, and now she and Lizelle Lee step over the boundary edge and prepare for perhaps the biggest 13 overs in their careers.
Yeah, they'll be so nervous. They've been in this situation before, albeit a 50-over World Cup, and they narrowly lost. They'll want to put things right. They'll want to prove people wrong. They'll want to show that they're good enough to beat Australia. I think there's a lot of pressure on these two at the top of the order.
You know that you've played with both of them, Van Niekerk and Lizelle Lee, in domestic cricket. What are they like as characters? How are they going to approach this?
Lizelle Lee's at her best when she's laughing and smiling and she's not taking life too seriously, because she just plays freely, you know. She sees ball, hits ball, does what she fancies. Danae van Niekerk, on the other hand, she likes to think about her cricket shots. She likes to, take the game deep, as we saw her partnership with Kapp in one of the games where they took the game deep. I don't know how they go together. We haven't actually seen them succeed together as a partnership. We haven't seen both of them score runs together. So maybe today's going to be the day. Who knows?
It would be a good time to make it happen, wouldn't it? So, 98 needed, 13 overs left to do it. Any rain comes, you sense that might be it, and South Africa would be through. I'm looking at the radar. It looks like we could be okay. 98 needed, 78 balls to do it. All 10 wickets. South Africa will look at and think, well, let's try and get as many runs as we can with the top 5, because below that, without Marizanne Cap, they do get a little bit light on the batting. The countdown clock goes in the distance, and we're ready to play once again. Remarkably, this game of cricket has life in it yet. 98 needed from 13 overs. Just to remind you, power play overs, 4 of them. 3 bowlers, 3 overs. 2 can bowl 2. Megan Shute to start things off. A delivery on the hips of Lizelle Lee. She tries to hammer it away on the leg side. It's stopped by Kim Ince, waiting at short fine leg. It's a dot ball to start the South African run chase.
I feel like Lizelle Lee's probably missed out there. It wasn't the best of starts, but yeah. I've got nothing more.
Other than, what was that noise?
Yeah.
Okay. Megan Shute, right arm over from the far end. Lee is helping the ball around the corner. Again, there'll be no run. It's good fielding from Kim Ince, who's in the side in place of the injured Elise Perry. Gets a high 5 from Nicola Carey, who runs round on short third man. 2 dot balls to start the innings. Megan Shute, reliable bowler for Australia.
Just knocked off the number 1 spot as well, isn't she? She's still number 2 in the world. We've got good old Sophie Eccleston, left arm spinner, at the top of the table.
Lee waits, hits the ball with much more conviction this time, but it'll only be the 1 run as it dribbles towards Ash Gardner. A deep backward square leg. Van Niekerk will be on strike. South Africa 1 without loss. How are you reading that body language out there?
She's not happy, is she? Lizelle Lee is not happy with herself there. She's shaking her head. I think if I was Danae Van Niekerk in this situation, just have a laugh with her, just calm her down, just crack a little joke, get her smiling, and get her back to her best. Keep her mind clear.
Should. The end of her mark. The bowl to Van Niekerk. Right-handed, open stance. She's waiting, tipping the ball off her hip. There'll be 1 there, could be 2. Good start from Lee from the non-striker's end, and they will not get the second run. That could be such an important factor between these 2 sides for fitness.
Yeah, it really could. We saw how well Australia ran their 2s. Will we see the same from the South Africans? I'm just not sure.
Shute, with just 2 runs conceded from the first 4 balls of the innings. Excellent start. We've got fielders in the deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Lizelle Lee is waiting. Shute charges from the far end. It's helped again round the corner. That could be 4 runs. It's going to run to the ropes. This time she gets connection. This time she gets 4 runs. Gardner at deep backward square can't get there. South Africa up and running at 6 without loss.
She's not been... Her plans have blown my mind a little bit here, because she's clearly bowling on leg stump because she's got the fielders out, but she's bowling short of a length, so it's just there for Lizelle Lee to hit. I'm not sure whether she's got it slightly wrong or that's just the plan they're going with.
Shute to Lee, outside the off stump this time, pushed into the offside. There won't be a run. It's collected by Haynes at backward point. The over concludes. 6 without loss. And South Africa's target of 98 runs. 92 then needed from the remaining 12 overs of this World Cup semi-final. It's T20 World Cup cricket on ABC Grandstand, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Henry Moran alongside World Cup winner Alex Hartley. And Van Niekerk and Lee, in the mustard yellow and green of South Africa, have a little conversation out there in the middle as we see Jess Jonathan, who's been excellent in this tournament, preparing to bowl.
She's been fantastic, hasn't she? I was just thinking, if we were an England side in a semi-final bowling at these 2, we would not go left arm spin, because Lizelle Lee plays left arm spin. She's one of the best at playing it I've ever seen in the world. However, Jess Jonathan's slightly different to Sophie Eccleston, because she doesn't get as much turn, so she skids the ball on with the arm.
6 wickets in the tournament for Jonathan so far. Van Niekerk waiting, driving. There'll be 1 run there. Run towards Gardner at long on. That will bring Lizelle Lee onto strike. 7 without loss. Tension building all around the Sydney cricket ground. The pressure on these sides is immense. The prize is an absolutely huge one. The World Cup final at the MCG in front of a huge crowd, the biggest that women's cricket has ever seen. It just doesn't get any bigger than that. 7 without loss. Lee waiting for Jonathan. Gives herself space, but in the end defends.
I was just thinking, Australia can win this game by pushing the run rate completely out of South Africa's hands, by just trying to get that run rate up to 11s and 12s as quick as possible, because South Africa got 0 chance of chasing that down for 12 overs.
Lee waits for Jonathan, gives herself a bit of room. Cry of catch, it will drop short of Gardner at long on. That's a single, 8 without loss. South Africa must know that, though.
They will know that. They know that they've got to be aggressive. I think they'll feel slightly hard done by the total they've got to chase.
Jonathan to Van Niekerk, field up inside the circle on the leg side, defended back to Jonathan. It's a dot ball, single dot in this over so far, 8 without loss.
Tell you what, if Andrew keeps winding me up, I'm going to chuck him out this window.
Jonathan to Van Niekerk, gives herself space, cuts it away, straight to the fielder in the covers. Megan Schutt picks up. Applause around the Sydney cricket ground.
It's been really good this from Jess Jonathan. Really good start. She's been on the money from ball 1.
Jonathan round the wicket to Van Niekerk. Gives herself space, hits the ball hard, square, it finds the fielder. They will run through for the single. But that looked for all money to be heading to the ropes. But there was Delissa Cummins to half stop it. They did get the 1 run, but it's 3 from the over. 89 needed from 66 deliveries. South Africa 9 without loss after 2.
They needed to get off to a better start, in my opinion. They really need to take advantage of this power play. They haven't done that in these first 2 overs. I'm just worried that they're going to, get frustrated with themselves and really try too hard, which can happen.
Well, it can. We're really going to see from the far end. I think we're going to see Sophie Molyneux, who's coming to this side today. And she will replace Megan Schutt from the far end. We've got, let me see, deep mid wicket and long on. Those are the 2 fielders outside the circle. And so Molyneux, left arm spin. Zelli and Danae Van Niekerk, with this field as it is, up inside the circle on the offside, they can play with the spin and try and go inside out over extra cover. Molyneux to Van Niekerk, sweeping hard into the leg side. Good connection. 6 runs to start the over. Big runs for South Africa as well. 15 without loss.
Talk about just letting us bowl the ball and settling through a spell. I think that's fantastic from Danae Van Niekerk, just putting pressure on the bowler straight away. This is the first time we've seen her in this competition. So if the South Africans can get on top of her here, it's going to be really important for them.
We've got deep backward square now, deep mid wicket. Everyone else is inside the circle. 5 packed in the offside. Molyneux to bowl to Van Niekerk, not well timed, runs towards short third man to bring Lizelle Lee onto strike, and the score to 16 without loss.
As well bowled, that was a good comeback. Full straight, she's tried to cut it through the covers and just nicked it, just 1 run.
Molyneux, what a game to come into the side.
The pressure.
Good luck. 82 needed from 64 balls. That's the equation for South Africa, beaming down from the big screen at the far end. Molyneux to Lizelle Lee. What a shot that is. Inside out, over extra cover. Well, we called it. That was the danger area from Australia's point of view. A crisp shot to bring the score to 20 without loss.
I like the nod that Lizelle Lee did after she played that shot. She just gave it that. That was good. Beautiful shot, wasn't it? It was almost like the Thailand girls we saw the other day.
Right out of the screws and racing to the ropes. Field remains the same. Lee waits for Molyneux. Deep in the crease, pushed into the offside. Not going to be a run there. Remains 20 without loss. 11 from the over already. 2 balls left of it. 78 needed. 62 balls to get them. The World Cup final beckons for one of these sides. Lizelle Lee goes big down the ground. Cry of catch. Is it going to be taken? It should be. It is! The big wicket. Molyneux's been expensive, but the crucial breakthrough. Lizelle Lee goes for 10. Caught at long on. And Australia will feel that is a massive step towards the World Cup final on Sunday.
As soon as she hit that, I thought she got hold of it. I thought it'd gone all the way for 6, but she clearly didn't time it. I think it's come off the top of her bat. It was a good catch in the end by Gardner. Unfortunately for Lizelle Lee, she's got to go.
She drags herself from the middle and departs with a quick little chat with Sune Luz that comes almost desperately from Lee. You can see she barely even wanted to acknowledge her teammate. She can't believe what's happened, walks off. And that is a huge moment in this game. The big wicket for South Africa, the one player that can score you 15, 20 runs in an over.
Yeah, I think with that goes South Africa hopes. I know it's early, but I think Lizelle Lee was really the player that we're going to get South Africa that win. I know they've got Chloe Tryon, we've seen her do it before, but she doesn't do it for very long. And the idea is that South Africa have got 7s and 8s to chase from the off here.
Van Niekerk will be on strike and cutting away. And the drive down from Melissa Healy from behind the stumps, and down quickly is Megan Schutt to collect. And she picks up 20 for 1 is the score. 3 overs gone. Alex Hartley is going to depart to be replaced by former Australian skipper Alex Blackwell. ABC Grandstand, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, World Cup cricket from the SCG. Australia and South Africa fighting for that place in the World Cup final. England are out. The rain earlier put paid to their fixture. And so India await one of these two sides. It is 20 for 1. South Africa needs 78 from 60 balls. Alex departs, grabbing not just one ice cream, but 2, actually. She's going to give the ice cream away, she says. I do not believe. Megan Schutt to bowl. Keeper standing up. Sune loses on strike. Chopping away. Gets some of it. And enough of it for a run. No. Good stop in the covers. And Alex, hello to you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling much more comfortable now that we've got Lizelle Lee out. Try to not be too biased, but as a former Australian player and hoping for an Australian final.
Sune is waiting, nudging the ball off the pads into the leg side behind square. That'll bring her first run, and South Africa will move to 21 for 1 with Van Niekerk coming onto strike. Of course you're going to want Australia to win, of course.
But I don't think it's over yet. Alex Hartley thought the chances for South Africa are basically 0 now that Lizelle Lee is out. I like the way Dane van Niekerk's been batting this tournament. Massive 6 earlier.
She waits and drives, but goes straight to Meg Lanning in the covers. Every dot ball sees Australia inching closer and closer to that World Cup final on Sunday.
And there's a couple of other good performers in the lineup. Laura Wolvaart coming off a unbeaten half-century.
Van Niekerk waiting, driving in the air. Will it clear the infield? Yes, it will. It's going to slow up, is it? Yeah, just inside the boundary, and Jonathan will throw in with 2 runs taken. The win predictor has South Africa at 58% likely to win this game.
I guess that's going off wickets lost and runs needed, not necessarily the personnel that are still to come in the sheds.
Deep mid-wicket and backward square leg are out. Van Niekerk driving, won't find a run, goes straight to Lanning. 23 for 1 the score remains. We've got a ball left of the 4th over and a ball left of the power play. This match reduced to 13 overs in the second innings with a target of 98 for South Africa. The required run rate stands at 8.18. Van Niekerk waits for Megan Schutt. And she's bowled! Goes right through, massive moment. Shoots, strikes. 23 for 2, and at the end of her second over, the end of the 4th, Van Niekerk is bowled for 12. It's 23 for 2, and it is a huge moment, not just in this game, but in this tournament.
A typical Megan Schutt in swinger, perfectly executed, enough swing to take the middle stump of Dane van Niekerk. She's played a reasonable 12 runs there, but it's not nearly enough to lead her side to victory here. I think that's really put a dent in South Africa's chances now.
23 for 2, 98 is the target from 13 overs. Van Niekerk looks close to tears as she walks off the field. She would have known they were 20 minutes away from a World Cup final with just the rain. And arguably, had the rain not come and they'd had a full 20 overs to hit 135, then they'd backed themselves more than the 98 from 13 that they were left with.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict what the revised total will do, whether you feel it's benefited the chasing team or if you think it's disadvantaged them. I think in this case, for South Africa to set out with 7.5 runs per over to chase off their 13 was going to be a tough ask. Now, it's a long way off a finish yet, but I think with those 2 quick wickets, Lee departing, followed quickly by Van Niekerk, that has really swung, I hope, the win predictor back to Australia's favour.
Delissa Cummins Blonde hair from the far end of the ground, right arm over, medium pace to Sunelu. Nicely played off the pads behind square and running down towards Carey at fine leg. That'll bring Mignon de Pree onto strike. What this partnership will do for South Africa is make the running between the wickets slightly more effective, and the quick twos are going to be more plentiful, you fancy.
And I think that's not a bad ploy on this outfield that has been soaked today with a lot of rain. Twos will be really important.
De Pree waiting, cutting, straight to back for a point. Everything's finding an Australian fielder at the moment.
You saw the first wicket fall tonight. It was a high ball to long on. We saw the Australians warming up with a lot of high balls under lights, and the relief on Ash Gardner's face when that ball went to hand. She knew she'd dismissed Lee.
Kimmins rolling to du Preez, and Sunelu sets off quickly from the non-striker's end. There's not a run, it's dropped into the offside, but Healy standing up to the stumps just shuffles to her right to pick up and replaces her glove now, crouches behind the stumps. Deep mid wicket, fine leg, third man, deep cover. Again, defended. Nothing more that Mignon de Pree can do with it. A single, 3 dots, the required rate creeping towards 9 runs and over for South Africa.
It's great to see Kimmins back in the attack. I think tonight she has replaced Annabelle Sutherland, who's done a wonderful job in her very young career for Australia in this World Cup, but just going for a bit more experience, the Australian side, and Kimmins is extremely experienced.
Kimmins tosses up outside the off stump, caught! That extra cover, de Pree goes, another wicket falls, and another big wicket as well for South Africa. Elise Perry shown on the big screen applauding from the dugout. It's 24 for 3, 74 needed from 49. And if Australia, as Alex Hartley called it, were favourites when the wicket of Lizelle Lee fell, well, now 2 more have gone as well, and 2 massive wickets in the South African batting lineup too. Caught an extra cover, a good catch, it really was. And 3 wickets down at 24 for 3. De Pree departs without scoring.
What a catch by the captain. It means so much. You've got to take every chance and make sure that you push right to the last ball. You don't want to let South Africa back in this game. Laura Woolvart coming to the crease now. There's still Chloe Tryon to combat. So Lanning, wonderful catch there to dismiss the very dangerous Mignon de Pree.
1 ball left to the 5th over, 24 for 3. Target is 98 from 13 for a place in the World Cup final. Healy standing up to the stump still, the field remains as it was. Woolpart played that brilliant knock in the last game, 53 not out. Waits now. In comes the next delivery. That's nicely played off the back foot. Running towards the backward point boundary, it won't be 4 because this outfield is slowed up so much with the rain that's fallen. 2 runs, 2 to finish the over, an over that goes for just 3. Kimmins, fabulous over to start things off, 26 for 3, 72 needed from 48.
Yeah, it's a tough ask now for South Africa. Great job, Delissa Kimmins. She missed out on the last game, she's come back in. She's had an impact so early on now, and Australia are up and about.
They'll feel this is their game now. They'll feel they're in the driving seat. And surely that Melbourne beckons. They still have the potential, South Africa. They've got big hitters, Chloe Tryon, Laura Woolpart, who is already out there. But their batting depth is not what it is when they've got Marizanne Kapp in the side. 26 for 3, 5 overs gone. Lose 2 from 3. Woolpart 2 from the first delivery that she faced, and Sophie Molyneux is going to bowl. A hush around the SCG. Lose is waiting, deep in her crease, mistiming it into the offside. A dot ball.
Well, Molyneux in her first over, it's always risk-reward when you bowl left-arm orthodox to Lizelle Lee. She scores a lot of runs off it, but she also dishes up opportunities, and it was good enough for Australia to take.
Lose waiting, swinging, missing wildly, and the stumps are demolished by Alyssa Healy. That's why the crowd are up, because they see those flashing bails go, but Sunelu doesn't leave her ground, so it's not going to be a stumping. But it is another dot, 2 from 5. I'm sorry, you've got to be quicker than that. There's not time to hang around here. Suddenly Australia on the win predictor up to 68%. Molyneux, left arm spin again. Sune Luz. He's waiting, hitting the ball in the air. That's a better connection. Will it be 4 runs? The ball again slowing up, and it's going to be cut off by Schutt running round from deep cover, so it'll just be 2.
Yeah, nice shot there from Sune Luz. She's been handy in this tournament for South Africa. She got a lovely 61 of 41. It was against Thailand, but it still runs on the board and momentum for this batter. So great shot there. It's forced a field change now. Megan Schutt going a bit straighter.
Luz waiting, sweeping hard, but she's going to find the fielder in the deep, and it'll just be the 1 run, so the score advances. 29 for 3. The required rate 9.4. We've got 2 balls left of the 6th over. 59 more needed. 13 overs is how many South Africa have to get 98 runs. It's a lot of runs in not much time. 69 needed from 44 balls, 7 wickets in hand. South Africa need a hero. Sune Luz, Laura Wolfhard. Will it be one of you? Is that a free hit? Oh, I think it might be. Molyneux's overstepped. We're going to see the replay now, and yeah, it's a no ball. Molyneux overstepping. The third umpire calls it. It's a free hit. Now this could be a bonus that gets South Africa's innings on track.
Australia don't need that. Not from a spinner. Molyneux needs to stay behind here.
Wolfhard has the free hit. Where's she going to go? Field can't change. Wolfhard waiting, giving herself room, and tries to overhit it. It's a dot ball. And so just the 1 run from the no ball. That's all that South Africa will add. It happens so often. Sides get that opportunity, and whoever's batting just overhits it. 30 for 3. Molyneux into Wolfhard. Nice looking shot, driving to deep cover, but Schutt runs in from the boundary to our left and picks up in front of the big screen. 31 for 3. 68 needed. 67 needed now from 43 balls. 1 ball left of the 6th.
It's been a good effort so far from Molyneux. She's been injured and not able to take the field for the Australians in the World Cup. She was very good in the tri-series. It's great to see that she's fit enough to take the field in this massive game, replacing really Elise Perry. But she's an equally solid bowler in terms of her mental approach.
Molyneux to Sune Luz, who's playing the ball into her pads and won't get a run. The over concludes. 6 gone, 31 for 3. The target is 98 from 13 overs. 4 runs from Molyneux's over there. The required rate creeping up towards 10 and over. And South Africa, well, they might start looking at the heavens and hoping that those rain gods might just offer them something. I'm going to make way for Andrew Moore.
The Women's T20 World Cup on ABC Grandstand and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
I was like, what you want me to do? She was like, what you want me to choose? I was like, well, I didn't say that, but you know, help me help you. I'm on that balance beam. I'll leave you sweat off your feet. It's just, I guess I'm falling.
Thank you, Henry, and I think Henry might be right. It's rain in the next 4 overs for South Africa, or it's an Australia-India final on Sunday night. South Africa reeling at 3 for 31. I keep looking against the floodlights, Alex, just to make sure there's not a sprinkle. With Australia on top, 67 to win off 42 for South Africa, and it's not been a good run chase at 3 for 31. It'll be Nicola Carey, the all-rounder, bowling from the Randwick end, and she's into Woolbart, who strokes this away into the covers and will get but 1 diving save there by Meg Lanning, working to her left. 3 for 32 is the score. The target revised is 98 to win off 13, and Woolbart moves to 4.
This is where I start to expect Australia to just get through their overs, ensure that they bowl the full 10 before rain comes.
Carey now bowling to Sune Luz, who struggled to hit the ball off the square so far. She just gets a run, dabs it, smart play to Meg Lanning in the covers to rotate the strike, but she's 6 off 9, 3 for 33 in the 7th, and the equation ever more distant, 65 to win off 40. India already through. They'll be relaxing this evening, getting through with a washout against England here today. Carey bowls to Woolbart, comes down the track, struck on the pad. I think an inside edge, good. She's a very good skiddy straight bowler, Nicola Carey, and that is a dot ball, 3 for 33 in the 7th.
Yeah, I think these conditions will really suit Nicola Carey. Full and straight, sliding in, just a little bit of angle with the arm that slides into the right-hander, and I think Woolbart will find it hard to get up and under.
65 to win off 39. Wolfart waits. Carey bowls, but she can't. Oh, she does beat the bowler. It's more force than I initially anticipated, and it's a great diving stop by Beth Mooney at mid-on to keep it to only one. She timed that a lot better than I thought. Wolfart 5, 3 for 34. Bottom line, only one run for South Africa, and they now need 64 to win off 38 deliveries.
Yeah, great save there but from Beth Mooney. She's a wicket keeper, but she does a great job in the outfield.
It's Carey to Sune Loose, who gets a thickish inside edge. Might get a couple. Chases on from deep backward square. They have one. No, the hand goes up. Only one run. Delissa Kimmins was too quick to a left. 3 for 35 in the 7th. The target 98 of 13. And that means 63 to win off 37. So we're not all that far away from tour ball to South Africa. They really need boundaries, and these two don't look like getting one at the moment.
Yeah, and I think the boundary option for Wolfart and Sune Loose is down the ground, because those fielders at the drive, they're both up in the circle. As we see now, a little change in the field, so you'd expect that Carey might go a little fuller here, because Long On's gone back, and we've had third man come up.
Backward point moves to mid-wicket, Rachel Haynes. The deep extra cover moves a little straighter. And here's Carey to finish the over to Wolfart, and she drives it straight to mid-off, no run. Another dot ball. Australia right on top. South Africa cannot get the ball off the square when they need to score at a massive rate to win. 63 to win off 6 overs, over 10 and over required, and they are not looking like getting close at this point. 3 for 35. Sune Loose is 7 off 10, and Laura Wolfart is 5 off 7. They did lose 3 for 4. Lizelle Lee out for 10, Dane van der Kerk for 12, and Mignon Dupree a defensive 4-ball duck. And now it's going to be Jess Jonathan just to keep the pressure on for the Australians to bowl her left arm finger spin from this to Paddington end.
There's an advantage, given that the spinner will get through the overs a little quicker.
Jonathan is bowling to Sune Loose, who clubs it over the top of the bowler. How well she timed it. Timed it great, 4 runs. Hit it straight past the bowler, Jonathan, and it races away for 4. How they needed that, South Africa. 39 for 3. Sune Loose to 11. 59 to win of 35.
Well, Sune Loose picking out the area for the boundary, straight over the bowler's head, always a good option, and Long On is quite wide at the moment.
59 required. Jonathan to Loose on the sweep but along the ground. Down to deep square leg. There'll be but one to Ash Gardner. 3 for 40 in the 8th over. And Sune Loose moves along to 12 off 12 deliveries. The required run rate, 10.24.
I'd like to see Chloe Tryon out there at this point in time if South Africa was going to have a chance to win.
Jonathan bowls short, cut away, straight to the field. It's almost like these two have either got to go big or get out, because Chloe Tryon is their big hitting hope. Wolfart 5 off 8. It's not going to get the job done.
I'm sure Lanning is happy. Tryon's still sitting, waiting to come in.
Jonathan to Wolfart. This time she goes straight down the ground, heading towards the boundary, and it's 1 bounce 4. Did it bounce? It just beat Delissa Kimmins coming. No, it's 6. It's gone all the way. Laura Wolfart increases her strike rate rather dramatically to be 11 off 9. And the score now is 46 for 3 in the 8th over.
They haven't given up. Great shot from Laura Wolfart. 6 down the ground.
52 off 32. Jonathan to Wolfart. Angle down leg side, and she works it off her body, but only a single down to Gardner at deep square leg. So 1 more to the total. Wolfart to 12. 3 for 47 in the 8th. And 51 to win off 31 for South Africa to make the final for the first time. Australia looking to get to the final again. Jonathan to Loose, and this ball rushes on. It's a top ball. That is gold. End of the over. There were 12 off, and that's what South Africa need. 3 for 47. Run rate required is actually 10.2. And over from here. 3 for 47. 5 overs to go. 51 to get, and it'll be Kimmins to come on, the very experienced medium pacer from the Randwick end.
Well, Laura Wolfart spoke about her 53 off 36 against Pakistan at the showground the other night, a player of the match performance. She spoke about that being the most significant innings she'd played for her country, South Africa, in her career so far. Well, here's a chance to play an even more significant role. She's 23 not out at the moment of 20 balls and starting to strike them nicely. 6 down the ground. She can hit them.
So they're 47. After 10 overs, South Africa would need to be 71. If they lose a 4th wicket, they'll need to be 72. If the rain came. Kimmins bowls and Wolfart punches it down the ground a long on, but there's only a single. And she's 13 off at 11. It's now 3 for 48 in the 9th over. Sune Luce back on strike. 50 to win of 29 deliveries.
Looking to see if the scoreboard is actually presenting a Duckworth score.
Kimmins into Luce, who tugs us away to Cow Corner, but doesn't get the placement. One bounce to Georgia Wareham. And they get only one. Australia will be more than happy with one. Sune Luce 13 or 14. 3 for 49 in the 9th. 49 to win off 28. India is already through to the 2020 T20 World Cup final. Kimmins to Wolfart, gives herself room, clamps down on it, dot ball to backward point. They cannot get the ball away from the fielders enough. And another dot. The Australian crowd, the crowd here is 6,161 officially. And I applaud them all for coming out and choosing to come out when the day and the weather was so bleak. 3 for 49. Now Wolfart. Oh, gets a little French cut right between the legs, but she didn't run and it's not going for 4. That was poor from Wolfart. She just stood her ground, and in the end they only get 1, not 2, as the fielding was done on the boundary by Carey at fine leg. 3 for 50 in the 9th, 48 to win off 26.
Well, Australia have got a couple of excellent Yorker bowlers here. Kimmins and Carey. Kimmins in the action at the moment.
Kimmins to Luce, gives herself room, goes down the ground. The mid-off is up, 1 bounce, boundary. 3 for 54. 44 to win off 25. That's as well as Sune Luce has struck a ball all day, and she moves to 17.
Yeah, just I was saying, a great Yorker bowler. She didn't quite execute there, just missed her length a little bit. And Sune Luce was good enough to just back away to the leg side, and beautiful shot for 4 over mid-off.
So now Kimmins bowling to Luce, who goes towards mid-off, over the head just. And the deep extra cover comes around to a right to field. That was nearly a specky taken at mid-off by Jess Jonathan. Instead they get a run, and then that ends the 9th over, but only 8 from it. They need over 10. 43 to win from 4 overs. South Africa 3 for 55 with Sune Luce 18 for Wolfart 14. Like I say, 8 runs off that Delissa Kimmins over. There are 4 overs to go, Alex. There is 1 over to have this as an official game.
Well, it's going to be a game, isn't it? Don't see any rain in the sky at this point against the floodlights. Nicola Carey coming into bowl. She'll be going for her Yorkers, no doubt. Trying to skid the ball under the bat. Looking for an LB or a bowled, or even dot balls or singles. That singles are absolutely fine at this point for Australia, with South Africa needing 43 off 24 balls. Australia in the box seat.
So Nicola Carey to bowl to Sune Luce on 18. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep cover. Carey bowls to Luce. It's a Yorker, and she can only play at the mid-off. And she turns her back on herself, Sune Luce, frustrated. They can't afford dot balls, but that was a beauty from Carey. 43 to win off 23.
Yeah, you know it's going to be a Yorker here from Carey. She's known for it.
So how do you combat that?
Well, if Sune's got a paddle or a ramp, that would be handy.
Carey to Luce, another Yorker, but it's punched down right along the ground towards long on. Kimmins is there, only a run. 3 for 56. 42 to win off 22. Sune Luce to 19.
And the other way is just to get really deep in your crease. Open up your front side or your front leg and be able to almost sort of flay the ball through the point area. You can see all 3 fielders there on the inner circle.
It's Wolfart waiting for Carey, who launches this over mid-off. That was a little over-pitched, and it's driven for 4. That was well struck by Wolfart. She moves to 18. 3 for 60 in the 10th over. And now it's 38 to win off 21. 38 off 21. That was well struck.
Well, there's been a few boundaries hit now over that sort of straight long off region. I'm just wondering, with a full and straight plan, if Carey could back herself to have both the drives back and perhaps bring up even the deep mid-wicket.
Well, it's going to be the extra cover coming inside the circle as the long off does go back. In Jonathan, the long on is Kimmins. And why not? That just gives you protection down the ground. If that's where they're going, you're trying to bowl Yorkers and you're just short of that. Why not? Wolfhard gives herself room, drives it through extra cover. She's placed that magnificently. Wide of the long off Jonathan for another boundary. 3 for 64 in the 10th. 34 to win off 20. Wolfhard moves along to 22.
That's a very, very good cricket shot. Wolfhard catering for that in-tailing Yorker from Carey. She's just going deep in her crease, backing away to the leg side and getting a great boundary for her team.
2 boundaries in a row results in a meeting between Meg Lanning and Nicola Carey. The cover now goes back to the boundary. There's still a long off. There's still a long on, and the deep backward square comes up inside the circle.
Well, I think here she's been forced, Nicola Carey, to maybe go for her changes of pace. All the fielders are out in front of the wicket. Fine leg on the inner circle and third man as well. So you expect that she's going to take the pace right off here.
Yep. Mid-wicket just being moved a little straighter. Short third, short fine leg. 34 to win off 20. It's Carey bowling to Wolfhard, who's on 22, gets a full toss and clubs it a little bit wide of long on. They should get 2. Loose hurries back for the second. Kimmins comes to a right to field, and they do get an easy couple of runs. 2 more, 3 for 66 in the 10th. The target is 98 off 13 overs. South Africa needs 32 off 19. Are they timing this to perfection, South Africa?
Well, it's been a good over so far for South Africa, and not the worst bowling from Carey. It's just been very good batting, especially from Wolfhard.
11 off, which is what they need. And now Wolfhard at top ball as she plays it straight to short third. She is disappointed with herself. A very good over, could have been great. 3 for 66 after 10. 32 to win off 18 deliveries or 3 overs. Thank you, Alex Blackwell. Alex Hartley will come back in with a very open mind. Is it an open game? 32 to win off 18. One thing I can tell you, it is an official game. And I reckon an hour ago we weren't expecting that. Alex Hartley, welcome back. Who's in the winning position here? 32 to win off 18 for South Africa.
I'm telling you now, get Chloe Tryon in as soon as you can, because if you've got any chance of winning this game, you need to get that girl in now.
Now a bit of a conflab about who's going to bowl, and it will be Delissa Kimmins. So the Australians are going to continue this medium pace Yorker bowling. Sune Luce is 19. Laura Wolfhard is 24. 32 to win off 18. I'm with you. I think she's their hope, Chloe Tryon, because she can clear the boundary.
I'm not taking anything away from these two because Wolfhard's been fantastic, and Sune Luce has played the supporting role. I just think if you had, Wolfhard's too off-sided for me. She doesn't have a 360 game. I think Chloe Tryon, yes, she's very leg-sided, but she clears the rope.
So now it's going to be Sune Luce on strike to Kimmins, and she goes hard along the ground, but will only get a run to deep extra cover. 31 to win off 17. 3 for 67 in the 11th over. Sune Luce on 20. The Australians won't mind the 1. The run rate required is over 10. Go over that one, because then I can move over a little bit to the right and get double window doodah. Kimmins bowls to Wolfhard, back down the ground. Spectacular stop by Carey. Coming back for a second is Sune Luce. They will get 2 down the long on. The return comes in to Elisa Healy, but they do get a couple despite Carey's very good efforts from a well-struck delivery. She's ringing that hand. Kimmins, I should say, 3 for 69. Excitement getting to me. 29 to win off 16. Great bit of fielding by Kimmins.
I mean, that would have been one of the best caught balls I've ever seen in my life. She stopped before there, hasn't she? Unbelievable effort.
Big stretch, and it was hit hard. Now slower ball, and she's had a windy Wolfhard. 26 off 19, 3 for 69. And now 29 off 15. Every dot ball seems like about 4 dot balls, doesn't it, at the moment?
It does. The more dot balls that we get, the more nervous I'm getting.
But Waits for Kieran. Slower ball. Club down the ground towards long on. Should only be one. And that's all they'll get. Good fielding off the fence from Gardner. Hits the stumps actually. Cummins goes back to retrieve. Timmins gets it back. 3 for 70. 28 to win off 14. 2 a ball. Dot balls and ones. They're not going to get it done.
Yeah, they're dangerous, aren't they? The more dot balls, the more ones Australia bowl here, the better for them.
Well, one of these. They only can win this if Chloe Tryon D, you think. Because he's got the boundary clearing power. So Luce and Wolfart, I mean, there's 14 balls to go. They've got to try and hit 4 or 6 off every pill. Kimmins bowls to Luce, short outside the off stump, and Luce only chops it along the ground towards cover. Only gets a run. It was very short from Kimmins, but the lack of pace did Luce in. And Luce is 21, 3 for 71, 27 to win off 13.
It sounds awful, but I'm almost hoping one of these two gets out so that we can get Chloe Tryon in and, you know, give them a chance.
Well, that would have been a wide had she not made contact. Kimmins to Wolfart, swing and a miss. One of these has got a tread on their stumps. They are not going to get the job done. End of the over. Very good over by Delissa Kimmins. Only 5 runs off it. And that leaves from the last 2 overs, 27 to win for South Africa. Australia definitely in the box seat to play India in the final. 27 off 12 has certainly been achieved in the past. But Wolfart and Luce are struggling to get a consistent run scoring here. Wolfart 27, Luce 21, and their biggest hitter remains in the shed.
She's ready. She's got a helmet on. She's got a bat. She's ready. She's having a few warm-up swings. I mean, just get her in. I reckon just go and stand on the edge of the circle and wave one of your mates off.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think South Africa wins with or without Chloe Tryon in this position. But they can't win it without her.
No, they really can't.
Megan shoots. Experienced inducker. 2 overs, 1 for 9. Brilliant at the top. She bowled 2 overs in the power play. Picked up the wicket of Dane van der Kerk, bowled her for 12. Van der Kerk was nowhere near that inducker. She played all over it. And now fielders are running every which way. 2 overs to go. 27 required for South Africa.
It's really important here for Australia to get their best fielders in the most high traffic positions. So that's why we see a lot of chopping and changing, especially in a T20 and especially towards death.
Mooney's at long off, Kimmins is at long on. There's a deep extra cover and a deep mid wicket. On the offside, a short third, backward point, short fine leg. And a square leg right next to the umpire. Here's Shoot, bowls, giving herself room outside the off stump with Sune loose and she can't get bat on it. She's got to get herself out, Sune loose. She is killing this team.
She really is.
71.
You can see the captain's actually in tears on the bench there. She can't watch. I feel for her because if you just held Chloe Tryon back to get her up the order.
Shoot. 27 to win off 11. Bowls to loose. Goes the aerial route and she'll hole out. So she's done this way too late. Beth Mooney takes the catch. But that inning is going to be very costly for South Africa. 4 for 71. Sune loose. Caught Mooney. Bowled Shoot, who has 2 for 9. And loose on away for 21.
Yeah, that was well bowled from Megan Schutt as well. It was a slower ball out the back of the hand. I think it was a leg cutter. Fantastic bowling and simple catch for Beth Mooney in the deep. Here comes Chloe Tryon, South Africa's last and only hope at winning this game.
Well, they've left her an impossible task, really, haven't they?
Well, she's not on strike either.
No. Sune loose 21 off 22. In some circumstances, that would be all right, but not tonight. So the Australians are powering to victory here. That looked very unlikely earlier in the day, that they'd be in this position to advance to the final at the MCG on Sunday night. You'll hear it all on ABC Grandstand Cricket from 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, which is 6 a.m. in the UK.
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. We figured before I was
when in doubt, make it up.
Yeah, sounds about right anyway.
4 for 71, 27 to win off 10. Wolfart on strike. The leap from Megan Schutt. Bowls to Wolfart, slower ball, hit back off the hand of Megan Schutt, and there'll only be a single. Australia now 9 balls away from victory here. 4 for 72, 26 to win off 9. Chloe Tryon has been just given an impossible task. Comes in, no pressure, Chloe. Can you just whack 4 sixes for us in the first 4 balls you face?
You know what? If there's anyone that can do it in the world, it is Chloe Tryon.
Okay. Shoot, we'll bowl to her. Bat raised, full toss, and she hits it for a single. 4 for 73. This has become just about impossible. 25 to win off 8. And Megan Shute getting the job done. Target is 98 off 13. Alex is ready to celebrate for Australia.
Yeah, good one.
As Shute bowls now to Wolfart. Well pitched up, straight back to the bowler. Australia's going to win this. 25 off 7. South Africa has been behind the 8 ball from the start. They had a power play in the first 4 overs. They could only manage 2 for 23 and have not been able to recover.
Yeah, that's where the game's lost, isn't it, in the power play? You've got to take advantage of...
It's raining. Doesn't matter, but it's raining.
Oh, you're... Oh, we've had 12
It
overs.
doesn't matter, but it's raining. And after 12 overs at 4 wickets down, they'll need to be 88. Shute bowls to try on. Goes high. Far. 6. So he hits one out of the ground. It was at Laura Wolfart, it might have been. It was Wolfart, I beg your pardon. I thought off the meat of the batter must have been. Oh, they're coming off.
No.
Well, the grounds crew are coming to the boundary. 4 for 79. The target 98. 34 to Wolfart. Tryon is 1. They need 19 off the last over. Light rain is falling. There's drama all over the place. The umpires are saying, and well done, umpies. Let's get this thing done.
You cannot take them off now. There is no chance. There's 1 over left. They need 19 to win. There's no way you can take them off here.
Brittany Carter will get reaction on the field after this game. And we're with you, Joy, for another 35 minutes. South Africa need 19 off the last over, and it will be bowled by Jess Jonathan.
I'll tell you what, it is hammering it down. It is raining cats and dogs out there.
It'll be Chloe Tryon on strike. 19 to win. Jonathan to Tryon. Full toss. Club down the ground. Mid off his back. Extra cover comes across. Lanning takes the catch. And they're now 5 for 79. 19 to win off 5. Chloe Tryon out for 1. Jonathan strikes.
Oh, she just mistimed that, didn't she? It was, you know, she had no other option but to swing here. So she tried her best. She gave it the kitchen sink, and it's just looped up to Meg Lanning, who's again taking a simple catch. I feel like I keep saying it, but it's another simple catch.
What do you say about full tosses?
33% of them get wickets.
5 for 79. So we talked up Chloe Tryon like she was the second coming, and she's out for 1 off 2.
Yeah,
but she had to cut. She was in a no-win position there.
Yeah.
Nadine de Klerk comes in now, the youngster who's replaced Maryzanne Kapp. It is raining at a fair pelt.
Where was this rain 15 minutes ago?
Now, for our Australian audiences, they're saying, thank goodness it wasn't here 15 minutes ago.
Someone's actually tweeted saying I should get off the Australian commentary, so...
You notice how I leapt to your defence just then?
It is all in jest. All because I am an England fan.
5 for 79. England cricket third. Jonathan bowls to de Klerk, who plays this away on the offside. Backward a point. It races away. It's 4. Wolfart on strike, but they did swap. They did change ends with Meg Lanning underneath that catch. So they got the right player on strike. Wolfart 38 off 25. 5 for 83. 15 to win.
Where's the
of 4. There it is. Do what you like with it. They're behind. South Africa. 5 for 83. What did they need to be? It's 5 wickets down. 91.
91. Oh, yeah.
Long way behind. Well, 8 runs. 15 to win off 4. That's their only hope. And Jonathan, again, they're having a second meeting between deliveries with Meg Lanning. Wolfart is on strike. She's the hope. She's 38 on 25. Here's Jonathan. Bowls to Wolfart. Goes to cow corner. Into the gap. 1 bounce. And a diving save in the outfield. Brilliantly done by Mooney. And they'll get 2 runs. 5 for 85. 13 to win off 3. Wolfart to 40.
Now that diving stop there has just got Australia into the World Cup final. She saved the boundary. Unbelievable fielding from Beth Mooney.
Bat from Lanning. Hands to the heavens. 13 off 3. Wolfart. Waits for Jonathan. Hits it along the ground. Straight to the field. That's only going to be a single. It's only going to be a single. 12 to win off 2. They need 2 Dorothy Dixes. 5 for 86. There's 2 balls left.
Well, you can just see there in Danae van Niekerk's face, she's absolutely heartbroken.
But she's been crying for 10 overs. That's not inspirational. 12 to win off 2. Can de Klerk against Jonathan? No, she'll get 4 as she sweeps it backward of square. Australia is through to the final, assuming there's not a wide or no ball, something ridiculous. 8 to win off 1. It's not humanly possible. 5 for 90.
5 wide super over.
If they bowl 5 wide super over, I'll walk home and walk to the MCG.
All right, here we go. Jess Jonathan, do us all a favour up in this commentary box.
5 for 90. 8 to win off 1. De Klerk, it was a lovely shot, first ball she's faced, but it needed to go an extra 25 metres. So now the fine leg is nearly a long leg with Jonathan bowling. There's a short third. There's 8 to win.
I can't work out this field here. They've got a...
They could all lie down and just wait for the ball to come to them. But there's almost a spy slip. Jonathan to de Klerk. The bat goes. It goes away to deep backward square. They've got 1. They'll come back for a second. And Australia is through to the 2020 World Cup final. A result that seems so unlikely with the rain earlier today. Even Elise Perry can smile. Australia wins by 5 runs as those fireworks explode just before us. 5 runs for victory. Australia beat South Africa. Heartbreak for the South Africans. Joy, if not, I'm sure, substantial relief, Alex, for the Australians.
Oh, yeah. Australia are playing in a T20 World Cup on home soil at the MCG. It's what they've wanted for the last 5 or 6 years. It's what they've got. They're going to be so excited. And you know what? Well deserved as well. They've been the better team tonight. South Africa struggled from the off. All credit goes to Australia.
Can't even begin to explain the variety of emotions that players on both teams have gone through for what I'm sure has been a very long day, because from the moment they woke up, it was raining. Then they fully know that England and India get washed out without a ball being bowled and without any hope of the rain abating. And then all of a sudden they start 20 minutes late, still 20 overs each. South Africa have to decide to field first, and Australia gets a good, not necessarily great total of 5 for 134, with the rain coming down again. The start of play delayed. We lose 7 overs. If they didn't get back on, South Africa would be celebrating like Australia is now. But the revised target was 98 off 13 overs, and they've fallen 5 runs short at 5 for 92. They did make it closer in those last 3 overs than I thought they might, in fairness.
They did, but South Africa have lost this game in the power play. They didn't go hard enough. They'll know that. I just feel for South Africa, they've lost in a semi-final again, but they were playing the world's best